Thank you, Carlos. Thank you so much, Maribel. I apologize for interrupting. If you can help us with roll call now.
Today is a regular board meeting of October 14th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. Members of the board in attendance, President Corina de la Loera,
Present.
Vice President Andres Quintero, Clerk Ernesto Bejarano.
Here, can you hear me?
Thank you, Carlos.
Yes,
Thank you so much,
okay.
Maribel. I apologize. Uh-oh, we were having some feedback. I think the YouTube sometimes lags a little bit, so we'll wait for her. Yes, we can hear you, Ernesto.
Okay, Trustee de la Loera, I already fixed it. So
Okay.
Member Linda Chavez, Member Mim Pham,
Present.
and members of administration, Superintendent Dr. Bauer. I know she's having connection issues, Trustee de la Loera.
Yes, I was just gonna say that. So I know she will be logging in pretty soon, if not with her computer, probably through her phone. So we'll go ahead and continue. We have quorum. So let's do now, if you can all join me in doing the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance
to the flag
of the
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And today I would like to open our meeting in honor of the Indigenous Peoples Day that we just celebrated on Monday. And also want to start off with a land acknowledgement that we are on the ancestral homeland of the Muwekma Ohlone. That's who we are here. That's the Indigenous peoples, the First Nations peoples of this land. So I would like to open up today's meeting in their honor. Moving on to item 102, discussion and or modifications of the agenda.
Okay.
If I see, please raise your hand if you'd like to make any changes or have any comments around the agenda. Trustee Bejarano? No, we can't hear you, or I don't know if you're saying anything. We can't hear you.
Madam President, I wanted to advise you that Board Vice President Quintero has just arrived to the district office and he should be logging in soon.
Okay, great. And Trustee Pham, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you loud
Okay.
and clear.
Perfect. I just want to make sure. I know Ernesto, just testing. Ernesto, can you say something?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I apologize. I had this written down and I forgot the paper at my office. So I wanted to see if we could move item 4.03, the energy solar savings program, to directly before, if I can find it. Mr. Colvera was going to be giving us a presentation and I wanted to do it right before.
Trustee Bejarano, and I had a suggestion after reviewing the agenda, and maybe it has to do with that. Can I give maybe some
Yes,
of
please.
my suggestions? I kind of saw 403 in relation with 502 when we talk about.
That's the
Yeah.
one. Yes.
So if we can maybe hear those together, it sounds like 403 with 502
Yes,
in
that's
the
the one.
agenda. Would you like to bring up 502, or would you like, it sounds like you want to put 403 over closer to 502 a little later in the agenda. Is that correct?
Yeah, 403 directly before 502.
Okay. Sounds.
Thank you.
Any other changes to the agenda? Please raise your hand. I'll wait for you. My screen. I don't see anybody else with any changes. I know Andres is logging on.
I'm trying
but
to see your full screen.
Seeing no more, if you could please mute yourself if you're not speaking, that would help. Okay, so seeing no others, we'll go ahead and is there any oppositions to the changes on the agenda? No other, okay, great. So we'll go ahead and move on to 103. Welcome and explanation to the audience. So just a reminder to the audience, we are meeting virtually today, obviously. And if you wish to speak on a specific item, there will be public comment. So please make sure to stay on, raise your hand. I will usually give a couple seconds to allow, people and the technology to catch up to ensure that everybody has the opportunity to speak on the item. If there is anything that you wish to speak to the board on that is not on the agenda, you will have an opportunity to speak on that on item 201. So everybody has an opportunity to speak to us today. If we have a specific agenda item you're going to speak to, we will have public comment for that. And if there's an item that is not on the agenda, we will open it up for general public comments on item 201. So with that, moving forward, 201, public members who wish to address the board. So this is for any items that are not on the agenda today. Jose, I did see you. If you can please help me find any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item.
Hello, Madam President. Yes, we have two speakers. First speaker is Randall Barber. Mr. Barber, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Good evening, board. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2.
We
Yes,
can
Mr.
hear you,
Barber, we
Randall.
can
hear you.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't see the clock. Okay, thank you for listening today. I'm checking in to let you know that we need to get this contract done. It's way, way, way overdue. This really should have been accomplished last spring. Of course, it's been an interesting year, of course, but it's now time to get it done. So please tell your bargaining team to start presenting communication that is meaningful, because right now it's not happening. It's not happening. And our hope as teachers is beginning to really, really wane. We're starting to lose faith in the district bargaining team. So please tell them, pay attention, be prepared for the meetings, don't sit silently, and please provide information that's pertinent to our conversation, because this is just not good. This situation is getting bad very quickly. So I urge you, tell your bargaining team, do their homework, put a reasonable offer on the table, and let's get this thing done. We've got enough work to do without having to plow through this kind of difficulty. It's really not necessary. We're ready. We hope you are. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Tanner. Ms. Tanner, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Good evening, board and Dr. Bauer. My preamble is nothing that you can solve, but to let you see a glimpse into why my amble is so important. Within 7 days, all last week, I lost one of my dearest people in my life of almost 40 years to COVID. I had my mom rush to the ER to a hospital stay where I wasn't sure she would come home. My house was burglarized and ransacked. I don't need your sympathy. I don't want your sympathy. It's life. But working at Alum Rock right now adds even more stress to these difficult times. I had to be out for a few days last week just to deal with my mom's situation. And here's where you come in. I prepared detailed subplans. I came to school at 6:30 in the morning to be sure everything was set up. But guess what? No sub. The admin split up my class of 31 to almost every teacher on campus. Not only is this unsafe due to COVID cooties, it's unfair to my colleagues, and it's also unfair to my students who missed an entire day of academics each time. How is it that you're supporting this practice? Is it really in the best interest of students? Wouldn't it bother you if it were your kids? I've also added stress because my colleagues are complaining about the potential exposure, the overcrowding in their classrooms, and having assumed that this is okay. We've been told that the admin would step in if there was no sub. That's not reality. When I had direct contact of COVID in my classroom, I reached out to my administrator to share my concerns, my fears, and the impact of my isolation from my octogenarian parents. The reply I got was, "This is hard for everyone. You have repeatedly said to take care of yourself, but create an environment where that is impossible. Please do what is right and best for our students and for us to be able to take care of ourselves. It's difficult enough in this year without disrespect."
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adrian Bain. Ms. Bain, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hello. Last year was a rough year, as we all know. This year seems to be even harder. And I'm at the point where it's clear you don't care about us. I've been a teacher for 13 years, and it's almost impossible to live right now in Silicon Valley. Gas prices are at $5 a gallon. Just to commute to Elm Rock is a huge chunk of my paycheck. We have teacher turnover because our school district is in the bottom third salary schedule in the county. Teachers are quitting our schools right now to go to other schools. I'm not talking about in the future. They're quitting right now. And this is not okay. We need some sort of pay increase that is not happening. It's just ridiculous. And I'd like to say also, as far as safety, our school, I work at Joseph George Middle School, our PA system is not working. And that's not because our principal hasn't put a work order in. She's put in multiple work orders from the beginning of the year. Since August, she has put this in. It has not been fixed, and we have had to shelter in place. We have had the announcement of teachers, please shelter in place already this year. Some of us teachers did not hear it. This is not acceptable. And if we go on strike, we will be the laughing stock. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bain. Our next speaker is Sean Suisse. Mr. Suisse, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
All right, so like all my other teachers have said, you need to solve this crisis that we're dealing with in Rays. I'll make it nice and sweet. I was going to be mean, but I decided I'll be nice and sweet. I heard that your other bargaining meeting the other day was pretty silent from the district standpoint. They showed a salary schedule they've been telling you guys about that wasn't agreed upon from the area, about 162 days. That's misleading you about what we agreed upon or we did not agree upon it. To me, that's putting something on paper that's liable for them to be looked at. So I don't know who in the district office decided to write something up that wasn't agreed upon. You are going to lose a lot of teachers who can't afford to live here anymore, can't afford to pay, can't afford to dip into their own pockets for these kids. If we end up going on work to rule or go on strike, board members, you are going to suffer big time. The kids are already suffering enough. I don't want to do that. I have 12 kids reading at a first grade level. There's no way if we go on work to rule, we can't do intervention programs. We can't do a lot of things. And remember, I hope there are some parents out there because there are 3 to 4 seats up for grabs for next year for 2022. And so you board members are on it. You better start fighting for us. You're on that board for us and the community, not for the DO people. And I hope nobody in the DO gets a raise There should be no more conferences that you can go to. If we don't have the money, nobody gets a raise. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maestra Diaz. Maestra Diaz, you have 2 minutes to speak. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elia Rodriguez Diaz, and I'm a teacher at Adelante Academy. Please demonstrate that you truly have your teachers in your best interest and settle on a fair contract now. Thank you.
Thank you, Maestra Diaz. Our next speaker is Ms. Loy. Ms. Loy, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi, my name is Miss Lowy. Or Kathy Lowy. I teach at Shepherd Middle School, and I've been teaching in Alum Rock for 15 years. Yesterday, I read an article about Campbell District and their troubles with the teachers' troubles with their salary, and I happened to notice that they were talking about starting salaries at different school districts in the area. So I went and looked at some of those salary schedules. Like I said, I've been teaching in Alum Rock for 15 years, and my mom taught in Alum Rock before me. We taught together at Shepherd. And when I was looking at some of the other districts, I was noticing that I would be making tens of thousands of dollars more if I worked at those districts and if I had been at those districts for all that time. But instead, I've stayed with Alum Rock, and I live in a garage right now. I've lived in a garage for the entirety of lockdown since COVID started. It's been very difficult. And I put in thousands of dollars of my own money into my classroom. And I don't even know how much it is. It's probably $10,000, if not more. It was the first time I've thought in 15 years, maybe I should go somewhere else next year. I don't want to leave. I love my district. I love my school. I love the kids. I love teaching, siblings of kids that I taught in the past, cousins, families. It means a lot to me, but I can't keep living in a garage and spending thousands of dollars that, you're not spending on me. You're not investing in us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. Next speaker is Michael Poling. Mr. Poling, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Yes, my name is Michael Poling. I'm a teacher in Joseph George School District. I've attempted to correspond with many of you during COVID. A very small number of you did respond to my emails. Those of you who did, thank you. I won't name names, but I probably should, because those of you that don't care enough about your teachers to send an email back to, what are you doing? Why are you here? Dr. Bauer, thank you. You have responded to me several times. I truly believe that you, as our superintendent, have the best interest of our students and our teachers at heart. But the members of the board, what are you doing? Where is your effort to match the effort of your teachers who are, we're fatigued. We feel like we're in an abusive relationship with you, to be honest. We feel like we keep coming back because you know that we care about the kids and you can get away with almost anything, that we'll keep showing up. You're losing teachers, like that last teacher spoke just a few moments ago. Talk of the faculty we don't have a faculty room anymore. We have to sit outside, and we don't have a tent over our heads. We have to figure out how to keep the sun off our faces. But we talk about where we might go, how long we might stay with this district that is just so horrible to us. You're losing good teachers, veteran teachers, new teachers. They're going to go. Why should they stay? They're not vested. Settle the contract now.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Next speaker is Teodolinda Mendoza. Maestra Mendoza, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Good evening, trustees and Dr. Bauer. Tonight, I want to urge you to please settle a fair contract. As my colleagues have said, we have a lot to worry about already. Please help our social and emotional as we are doing for our students. We need to be healthy mentally and emotionally to do our jobs. So please settle our contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza. Our next speaker is Jessica Levoden. Ms. Levoden, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi, yes, I also just want to reiterate what my fellow teachers are saying. Please settle this contract. We still don't even have a safety MOU. We're going to work every day without any sort of safety measures that have been agreed upon. The teachers are exhausted. If it wasn't for my principal and the staff at Linda Vista, I don't know who would be showing up to work. Our principal goes beyond anything ever imagined, and our staff do too. We are a family there, and we're trying to literally survive day in and day out without any sort of agreement by the DO or the board stepping in. What are you doing about our COVID sick leave? Our teachers left, right, and center are asking, do I actually have to take personal days to quarantine or get tested? Or if I get COVID at work, do I actually have to use my 10 hard-earned sick days for COVID? Sorry, excuse me. And the fact that we have no subs, so then our classrooms are overcrowded every day because we have to split them up, or our principal has to sub all day for 2 classes, back and forth. So please settle our contract, invest in your teachers and staff, because we are exhausted. And I don't know how much is left in us. We have flyered the parents. Are we striking? Are we picketing? Because we're at that point. We are done. So please show up to the negotiating meetings prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levoden. Our next speaker is Hilda Ruiz. Ms. Ruiz, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi there, my name is Hilda Ruiz, and I'm a parent of a child that goes to Alum Rock School District. And it's sad to hear all these teachers, and it angers me, but it also makes me very sad, because all of these teachers work so hard for all of our students. And I just want to say to the board that you're there, your positions are elected positions. You're there for a reason. You're there to support our children, who are the future of not only our comunidad, but of San Jose. So it's important that you guys are being fair and equitable, and that you guys settle this contract. My child basically has gone to school this entire COVID. She started from kindergarten through COVID now, and she is extremely behind. And all this going back and forth and you guys not settling is not only affecting the teachers, but ultimately is affecting the kids. And remember, your whole reason for being on this board is to be good stewards of Alum Rock's money for our kids. Not for you, not for gain, not for anything else, but for our children. So I'm asking you to please consider that. And, you know, the teachers and as a parent, again, that had to go through the Zoom teaching throughout the COVID, my respects to you. The amount of work and dedication that you guys put into your work is amazing, and you guys are not paid enough. So I urge you guys to be fair and equitable and make a vote and make sure that this is resolved as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reese. Our next speaker is Brenda Sendejas. Ms. Sendejas, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Sendejas.
Hi, my name is Brenda Sendejas. I'm here today to stand in solidarity with our teachers. Our teachers have been our champions. They've been resilient. They've been everything. They've been our heroes. They've been our heroes. And I keep hearing all the great things about our teachers. But what I'm listening to right now is not what I want to hear. I want to continue to hear all the good things that our teachers are doing, but I don't want to hear the lack of support that they're getting from this district. I want our teachers to have a safe environment, to feel that they are not only wanted and needed, but that they are respected. They have gone above and beyond. They put their body, their health in front of the lines for our students. And today I urge you guys to agree and give them a fair contract. I've heard our teachers are exhausted and tired, and I agree with them. And I cannot see how they wouldn't feel this way. Abandoned. That's the word. They are abandoned right now. And a lot of you in this board have been supported and endorsed by them. And the least you can do is have their backs. Stick up for them, speak up for them. Don't tell them to go to the chain of command. That's why they're here today, asking you, imploring you to listen to them. To all our teachers, I want to say thank you, because my kids wouldn't be where they are without you guys. Continue to use your voice and speak. I really do hope that you guys come to an agreement and stick up for our teachers. If I can do it through my voice, I hope you guys can as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sendejas. Our next speaker is Ron Montes. Ron Montes, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Good evening. My name is Rand Montes. I'm currently teaching at Joseph George Middle School. This year has had many challenges. One topic that stands out to me is equity. In our classrooms, we have discussions about what equity means and how it affects our daily lives. As a teacher, I understand not only the importance of this myself, but in how I teach my students. In our society, we have to take care of we have to take care of each other. So why are teachers getting treated so poorly? As for our salary, I get paid about $64,000 a year as a third-year teacher. I received an offer from another district for $100,100. Something has to change. Teacher turnover hurts students' performance and leads to long-term costs for the districts. Teachers want to stay if conditions are improved. So I speak for myself too, as someone who genuinely enjoys working at Alum Rock. But if I go down the street and I can get $35,000 more per year, I need to act on that. The cost of living in this area is crazy. This is the Bay Area. I love this community, but with the way things currently are, it makes it so difficult to stay. Please, please, please negotiate better terms for us teachers so that we can stay in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montes. Next speaker is Danielle Banderas. Danielle Banderas, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hello. Actually, my name is Danielle D'Ambrosio. and I am a teacher so my name is Danielle D'Ambrosio, and I'm a teacher at Lindale. I've been teaching in Alum Rock for 21 years. I am also part of the area's bargaining team. So I have actually been in all 11 of those meetings. Yes, you heard the number, people. It's 11. So board members, I hope you're listening, because we've already met 11 times and we can't settle a fair contract. That is not okay. It's also not okay that we are working without a safety MOU in place. It's not okay that our salary schedule is one of the lowest in the county, bottom third. It is also not okay that the district is claiming to offer area a 3.4% raise, when in reality, it's really a 1.75% raise. It is very misleading. So board members, please ask your district's bargaining team to clarify this for you. So remember, they're not coming to the table with a 3.4, they're coming to the table with a 1.75. Both are not acceptable, but that's what's happening. So board members, I hope you're listening. We need to get this done fairly with the money that the district actually has. We need to not drag this on. And if the end goal is for you, for the teachers, for the students, for the families, end goal to retain and hire teachers for the students and families in Alum Rock. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. D'Ambrosio. Next speaker is Tanika Rodfox. Tanika, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin. Tanika, please unmute yourself.
So I'm wondering if she's having technical difficulties, if we can go to any others and then come back to her.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Sherry Duarte. Ms. Duarte, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin. Ms. Duarte, can you please try?
There we go. There we go.
Thank you.
I made it too complicated. I wanted to just share something that went well at our school this week. And it was quite a startling experience. Yesterday afternoon, just moments before our upper grade were to go in to finish their day, after lunch, we had an alarm, a fire alarm that went off, and everyone did what they were supposed to do. And we thought it was a student maybe that pulled the alarm. It turns out it was some wiring that touched because of a spider web or something. We were given the explanation. What I want to say is that it felt good to know that we were all working together. What didn't feel good is that clearly there's some things that need to be checked. I don't know if anyone has said anything to you, but we have ants in all of our classrooms. They crawl on my arms, they're on my paper, my computer, they get in my lunch, I bring them home. It's really an unpleasant experience. We have ant traps, we've had, our classrooms have been bombed, but it's just not working. There has been a decision made at my site to no longer have the disposable water bottles, and I understand that, but I'm concerned that water is still being delivered to all schools, but not our school. And I'm concerned about the equity of that. Our bell schedules have been off all year. when our kids are at recess, they can hear up to 5 or 6 bells. And that seems kind of ridiculous. I don't know why we don't have the things in place so that these things can be fixed. We've also bought an AR program, and we can't use it because it's not been set up, and it's a wasted resource for all of our students. In general, we don't feel valued. Please settle our contract. Give us something to look forward to when we go to work every day.
Thank you, Ms. Suerte. Our next speaker is Tanika Redfox. Tanika, please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
I'm not sure if she's having technical difficulties. This is the same person that we tried earlier.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Madam President. And her microphone currently looks unmuted. We're
I'm
just
wondering-
not getting any sound.
I'm wondering if she can call in. Do we have any other speakers in addition to her?
We have one other speaker, Mr. Michael Pulling.
Mr. Pulling, I believe he spoke already. Maybe he had his
Yes.
hand up since then. So maybe he just didn't put it down. I'm hoping that the other speaker that we're able to get her, wondering if she can call in, the option of calling in. Do we have any other speakers?
We do. We have Dilsa Gonzalez.
Okay, so what's the other member's name who's having technical difficulties?
I hope I'm saying the last name correctly, but it's Tanika Redfox.
Tamika, Tamika, if you can call in maybe on the phone, I would love to hear what you have to say. For some reason, we cannot hear you, so I'm hoping that you're able to connect with us. We're gonna go ahead and go on to Dilsa, and then hopefully during that time, we're able to connect. So let's go to Dilsa, and then we'll come back to Tamika.
Ms. Dilsa, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Ilsa Gonzalez, and I am here as a parent of 2 students in the Allen Rock School District. I'm sad to hear how our teachers are feeling. I wasn't gonna be talking today, but based on a comment of one of our teachers he said that he felt that he's like in a bad relationship. And we know that when a person feels like if they're in a bad relationships, our kids, our students have the effect on that too. They feel that too. I heard that there has been 11 meetings and we haven't come to a point where there's an agreement. I want everybody here to keep in mind that when we don't have agreements, our kids pay the consequences. Our students are the ones that get affected. I'm not saying who's right, who's wrong, because I haven't been in those meetings, but I know that when a person feels left out or not part of it or not heard, it starts looking for other options. We have a teacher shortage, like it was said. We have families returning from a pandemic. We have kids with mental health, socio-emotional needs, and our teachers do too. Let's try to work together. Let's try to find a common ground opportunity. And let's try to think of what is best for our kids. Is it getting to an agreement and being able to have not everybody happy, because there's nothing that's gonna keep everybody happy, but at least content. And let's ensure that our kids and our teachers start focusing on the curriculum that they're gonna teach the next day, not how they're gonna pay rent or how they're gonna survive. Hear our teachers out, come to a common agreement. I'm not saying there's a bad guy or good guy. Let's just think about that and bring everybody to that table for the sake of our students. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Madam President, at this time, we have no more speakers.
Sorry about that. I'm wondering if Tamika's back and maybe on a phone. And I'm wondering if she can raise her hand via phone. Do we see her?
I do see a phone number, but not a raised hand.
And I'm wondering if, I'm not sure how the phone number works, so we don't know if it's her.
The phone number is on the agendas, correct?
Yeah,
As a
but
way to
can they
connect.
raise their hand from if they call in?
I'm not sure, but I'm just making sure that she hears that that's where she could find the phone number,
Oh,
because maybe
okay.
she didn't know
Thank you.
what number to call. So the phone number
Yeah.
is on the agenda,
Absolutely.
but when
Thank
she
you for
calls in,
clarifying.
yeah, when she calls, I don't know the hand
Yeah.
raising part.
So
Madam
let's-
President,
yeah.
to raise your hand, it's usually *9. Let me
Okay.
just confirm.
Thank you, Jose. So Tamika, if you're on your phone, if you can press *9, and then hopefully we can get you on. And if we can't get you on right now, and you come on later in the agenda, we're able to hear you, I'll go ahead and take you at any point when you're able to make it in. But if you're on right now on the phone, if you can press *9 and see, Jose, do we see her? Maybe. I think there's a phone number on, so
Yes, I do see a phone number.
great.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My
Great.
name is Tanika Rodefox. I apologize, I have to repeat my statement again. But I did want to say that I am a first-time kindergarten mom. I knew that sending my son to kindergarten was going to be difficult. He was shortchanged a preschool experience, pulling him out when COVID began. But I was hoping for so much more, just some genuine smiles, some joy, like that experience that a kindergartner is supposed to have. And I see in my teacher's face that she seems either really unhappy or really overwhelmed. I mean, my son got, what is it called? Stitches a week ago. And I was telling her, oh, you know, Mason got, you know, liquid stitches. And she's so busy in the front that she was basically not even able to like show any concern. And I just was trying to find out if there was a sandbox so that he wouldn't play in that to not get his eye infected. It's down to the point where the parents, I literally don't go a day. I've dropped my son off every day at school, minus this week because there was a COVID scare and he had to be tested. But I have dropped him off every single day, and there's not one day that a parent's like, I'm moving my child out of this class. I'm taking my child out of this school. And as a first-time mom, it's really sad for me because I'm still working on trying to let my baby go. Meanwhile, there's all of this negativity on top of what we've already experienced. And I received this, you know, yellow flyer from someone at the school, and I said, I'm an involved parent. I email my teacher almost every day. I make sure that we're doing the things that are asked. We follow her directions, but I have also seen the principal, you know, taking over the classrooms, and it's a very stressful situation at that school. It's nothing like what I thought a first-time kindergarten experience would be like. It really needs to improve. I would like everyone on the call to know that I have seen our principal going way above and beyond, and I don't know what.
Madam President, we have no more raised hands at the moment.
Thank you. And I did notice, like I mentioned, Mr. Polling's hand up. I'm wondering, I don't know, maybe there's another teacher with him that maybe was going to use his phone. So can you put him on? I just wanted to see if maybe there was somebody else other than his statement, since he already had 2 minutes. that maybe wanted to speak maybe through his device. Just want to make sure. Can we unmute him, please?
Yes, Mr. Pulling, you're able to unmute yourself now.
Mr. Polling, can you just please clarify if it's somebody else or if your hand was up from earlier?
No, my hand's not up from earlier.
So just to clarify, you already gave a 2-minute statement, so you can't give any more statement on this item. But if you have somebody else with you, maybe, or I'm not sure why you were.
Just one moment. I might be able to get someone from the next room.
I was just wondering right now why your hand was up.
My hand is up because I didn't know that we were going to be silenced after only 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, and I apologize. It is in our agenda and I do have to follow the protocols. So thank you so much, but there will be definitely other opportunities for you to come on. We have many items on the agenda and I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you, Mr. Polling. Okay, moving on. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have anybody else and that we give everybody the opportunity to speak to the board on any item not on the agenda today. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to item 301, the Alum Rock Administrators Association report. Do we have anybody from ARAA wishing to address the board? Jose?
Yes, Madam President, we have Dr. Montes.
Thank you.
Good evening, President, Superintendent Bauer, members of the board, members of the community. My name is Ivan Rosales Montes, and I serve as the proud principal of San Antonio Elementary School. I also serve as the president of the Alum Rock Administrators Association. I want to provide a few updates for you all tonight, specifically start off by just recognizing the tremendous work that our administrators are doing in our current reality. Many colleagues are going above and beyond to support our schools and our school community, and I just want to recognize their tremendous work. I specifically want to highlight a few departments and the work of administrators in these departments. I want to give a shout out to Mr. Colonna in our special education department for the work he's doing and his team to provide continued support with IEPs and continued support to sites and principals on providing FAPE and IEPs to the students we serve. The work that Dr. Artigas and Dr. Almazan are doing, particularly around social emotional learning and mental well-being is very timely and very critical, particularly now during our full return to in-person instruction. And I know that they have been supporting sites with additional training around trauma and how to support students who have experienced trauma within the school setting. They have supported multiple sites with SEL instructional programs that are very timely in providing targeted support to students. VAPA coordinator Danelle Finnan has been deepening the VAPA programming across schools with additional opportunities for students to get engaged, specifically the Get Down Dance Studio program, the Community School for Music and Art, the Hip Hop for Change, and Science from Scientists are supplemental programs that are also deepening work in the after-school space. At Adelante and Hubbard, these schools started the Envisioneers program, where middle school students are paired with mentors in the tech field to work on a project that they will be presenting at the WOW exposition later this year. it is a great opportunity for our students to gain skills in college and career readiness. Looking at some more updates and news, many administrators as frontline workers have taken action to get their additional dose of the COVID vaccine, which we know is an important step in the fight against COVID and to ensure a safe school community and keep our administrators safe who are on the front lines. We are hopeful with the update on Pfizer that will be taking place in the approval of additional COVID vaccines being permitted for our more younger kiddos. And we look forward to an update pending the panel on October 26th. I do want to state that, these are unique times within our educational landscape. And as administrators, we're wearing many hats in the service of our school and community to ensure that our schools continue to run and stay open along the people that we serve with in our school communities. And I just want to recognize that our administrators, our principals are really doing a lot of work covering classrooms and supporting, because we want to continue to do everything we can to provide a quality program. And there's a lot of great things happening, but these are unique times. And I just want to recognize the work of administrators day in and day out for their service within our district. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rosales. And now if we can turn it over to Teamsters. Do we have anybody from Teamsters here?
Yes, Madam President, we have Yadira Reyes from Teamsters.
Thank you.
Ms. Reyes, please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Yadira Reyes. I'm hoping you guys can hear me. I hope you guys doing well. Salutations to all, to the board members, to the community, to the teachers, and everybody there. I'm so glad to be with you guys. This is my first time. I'm representing the Teamsters, and I just want to let you guys know that we do our best and everything, even in the kitchen, guys in landscaping, MOT, electricians, everybody do our best to do everything to have everything running nice and smooth for having a healthy and safe environment for our kiddos and for the people in our community.
Thank you so much. And welcome, Yadira. Hope to see you more often. Do we have anybody here from California School Employees Association, CSEA?
Yes, we have Ms. Sharon.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Good evening, Dr. Bauer, board president, members of the board. I'm not going to take a whole lot of your time, but I did want to express my thanks to the Allen Rock employees, managers, and so forth that sent emails and cards and flowers during an extremely difficult time for myself and my family. All the kind words were greatly appreciated. Especially thank you to Mr. Pham for your personal email. Your kind words meant a whole lot to me since we've actually never met in person. Someday we will. So moving on, because this is very difficult for me. But anyway, on your board agenda and in the book is our negotiated contract for the 2020 to 2023 school year. And I must apologize for it taking quite some time to get it to the board. We were unable to ratify it until September, given my situation basically. And hopefully the board will be able to approve the changes we made in our contract, and we'll be able to submit it for print. And it will be then distributed to our members, to management, Dr. Bauer, board members, everybody that would be interested in having a copy. And then soon, of course, we'll be starting on our 21-22 negotiations. And I also wanted to say, we all know in our unit, as everybody does, the difficult times that everybody is living through. And I wanted to give kind of a shout out to everybody, that the classified staff, the management staff, the teachers, the district office, that are really putting their best foot forward to keep the schools up and running, to keep the district offices buzzing. I talked to a lot of people. They're very busy. New books are coming. Everything's, moving at a rapid pace. And we know there is a challenge, especially in the area of substitutes, not only for teachers, but for classified. And I attended a meeting the other night with other districts, and they're having the same issues. Hiring, getting subs, it seems to be norm right now. Hopefully, as the pandemic gets better, we can move through it and come out on the other side just better and stronger, as I know that is the wish for everybody at the district. And I thank you. And once again, thank you everybody for all of your thoughts that you expressed to my family. Good night and have a good evening.
Thank you, Sharon. Do we have anyone from the Alum Rock Educators Association? Jocelyn or anybody else? A representative, Jose, from area?
Yes, Madam President, we have Ms. Jocelyn Rose.
Great.
Everyone, first I would like to say, Sharon, I'm glad to hear your voice, and we've all been thinking about you. I would also like to echo the thanks and the great job that I know so many people are doing different. I've heard many of the administrators that have, and principals, site administrators that have been substituting in the classrooms. And I know that it's got to be a challenge, especially for those who may have not been in one for many, many years. We appreciate everything that everybody's doing to chip in and keep things going. And as much as I would love to talk about all the other wonderful things that I'm sure are taking place throughout the district, I would be remiss to not share the needs and concerns of our area members, some of which you heard tonight. Unfortunately, I have in the position of hearing them on a daily basis and relating very closely to it. We have been in school for 2 months now, and we still do not have a safety MOU in place. I don't know why. It hasn't actually been brought up. It was brought up in bargaining, like, we still don't have a safety MOU in place. And the district said, yep. And that was where it ended. Our collective bargaining agreement expired the end of June. And as you know, we took a 0% increase on the salary schedule for the 2 years in a row. During that time, the cost of food, utilities, gas, rent, pretty much everything has skyrocketed. Teachers, as you've heard, cannot afford to stay working in Alum Rock when they have their choice of districts throughout the county to go to and make upwards of what I thought was only like $20,000 a year more. But from what I heard tonight from, I know, a reliable source, upwards of $35,000 a year more in the same county. Since the school year began, we have had 7 teachers leave and others waiting until there is a replacement for them so that they can leave as well. The stress and burden that these last 18 months have put on our teachers has been too much for many to handle. As I said, I'm receiving emails or calls several times a week from teachers asking, what are the options for me? Can I take a leave or can I quit? How do I get out of my position? And it's a really sad state of affairs. It's not the challenges that come with being a teacher that are bringing the people down. It's the lack of respect and the lack of value given to the teachers of Alum Rock specifically, when we are constantly placed as the last priority when administration builds its budget. Not only are we an afterthought or whatever's left over, but it truly appears that the administration will go to all lengths to create a budget to make it look like there won't be any money left. Although it never fails, in retrospect, the amount of money budgeted for certain line items is typically left unspent, as evidenced by the increasing percent in our reserves. Just last month, we learned from the presentation of the unaudited actuals that our reserve had increased from, I think it was 9% to like 14% or close to that. Speaking of that presentation and our reserves for economic uncertainty, it really came as quite a shock to hear from our CBO during the presentation of the unaudited actuals that he responded to a question from Trustee Pham when Trustee Pham asked for clarification on the percent of reserve that we are required to maintain. Trustee Pham asked if it was 3% for 3 years that must be in reserve, so that it actually means that we must maintain a 9% reserve. He received an affirmative response, which you can go back and listen to on the YouTube video, right about hour 2.40. Rather than being given a clear explanation that the requirement for reserve for economic uncertainty is actually 3%. The same 3% of money is that reserve each year. In other words, with Alum Rock, that works out to be, I think it's somewhere around $3.4 million. It's that same $3.4 million that would continue on and remain for each of the following 3 years. It's not, I guess you would call it compounded or added on top of that 3 million each year. It's the same amount of money that's set aside that's not touched. Whether or not that was a misunderstanding or a misleading response, I don't know. But the bottom line is that the community and you as trustees have a right to have that understood. It makes a difference of over $6 million. Our teachers are tired of pleading for a salary increase. We are tired. But in spite of that, we are also agitated, we're irritated, and we're organized to take whatever steps are necessary to receive our cost of living increase. The COLA that the district is receiving for this year is 5.07%. If you have any hope of retaining and or attracting teachers to our district, you need to offer up our share. Even the federal government is increasing Social Security benefits by 5.9% to keep up with a cost of living increase beginning in January. Our next bargaining date is scheduled for November 3rd. That will be our 12th bargaining session in a period of 11 months. Please ensure that your bargaining team comes prepared with the authority to reach an agreement that shows the teachers that the district does value them, if in fact you do. And I believe at least in words you do, but we haven't seen it and we're not feeling it. So we can't go on much longer like this. Teachers are dropping like flies. Please get this done without any escalated action taking place. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Jose, we're done with the general reports. Superintendent, Dr. Hilaria Bauer.
Good evening, everybody, and I apologize for not being able to connect on time. We all had the the connectivity bug one time or another. But I'm here and I appreciate everyone who spoke tonight. I echo Jocelyn's comment about listening to Sharon Fontaine's voice again is very reassuring. She is a great partner, so welcome back, Sharon. I also want to welcome Yadira to her new position in our district. She is our night lead custodian, and for the first time, it's a woman taking that position, and I'm very proud to support that because it takes a lot of courage and leadership to be able to do that, Yadira, and thank you so much. You know, we're moving forward with changing our district for the best. I want to thank every staff member because everybody has been that very strong chain that has allowed us to reopen our schools in the most difficult year since I've been an educator. I have been an educator for 37 years. This is a very, nobody knew, none of us, right? Last year, we were hoping to reopen our schools, to come back to health. Everybody believed once the vaccine is here, we're gonna be fine. And we were not thinking that we still had to wear a mask, to have so many different layers of protection to be able to be safe, not only in our schools, but as we walk around in our daily lives. Having said that, I want to thank every Teamster, every CSEA, every area member, all of our administrators. Congratulations, because this is Administrator Week. I know that what they have done is above and beyond the call of duty, and we cannot do this by ourselves. So I also want to thank everybody who has made the accommodations, because the sub situation, as Sharon mentioned earlier, is not only in our district, but statewide and nationwide. We are recovering from a pandemic. We are recovering from many kinds of things that were put to a halt, and none of us were able to predict some of the impact, not only to our families and our systems, but specifically to the job market, with so many people rethinking about what they wanted to do in so many areas, including education. So thank you, everybody. And before I stop my comments, I want to highlight a little boy in Painter Elementary. I had the privilege of visiting with Trustee Quintero and Trustee Pham Painter Elementary last Friday. And while the principal was walking around, I became the sub for supervision during recess, because you know, we all do whatever it takes to make sure our children are safe. And little Frankie helped me reconnect one little boy that was crying because his friends didn't want to play with him. And I know this is a very small act, and this is a very, you know, in some ways, many people would have chosen not to say what I am about to say, but I want to thank Frankie for being a hero for his unknown friend, because he didn't know the boy who was crying, and could reconnect him to the group. And I challenge all of us to be like Frankie, because when people are crying and people are hurting, there should always be a Frankie listening, paying attention, saying, I'm going to help. I'm going to listen. I'm going to be the bridge that is going to connect people that are hurting with the rest of the group. Thank you, Frankie, for doing that. Thank you for reminding me what a good relationship is all about, for being such a hero for that little boy last Friday. And thank you, everybody. Let's be all heroes for each other during these very difficult times. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bauer. And now I'd like to open it up for the rest of the trustees. If you have any reports during this section, please raise your hand and I'll call you as I see your hand come up. Anybody? Vice President Quintero? And I see Fam. So after Fam, you can go. After Mr.
No, I just wanted to thank all those the teachers, the administrators that have been making the site visits real rewarding experience. We've been able to see what's going on in the school sites. It's always exciting to be back in person on the school sites, to see the campuses alive, full of energy. I know that it's still people have to be socially distanced and they have to have the proper face masks, but nevertheless, to see the children active and engaged and using the technology that's available in the classrooms, as well as just hanging out and being in the same place with other human beings. It's important. It's part of the socialization that has to take place. It's a massive learning experience that they're getting just by hanging out with each other. So while still dealing with the remnants of this, hopefully the remnants of this pandemic, I've been very excited to see the work that's been taking place at schools like San Antonio, Painter, Shepherd, Renaissance at Matson, among a lot of other sites that we've been able to visit, been able to take a very in-depth look at what's going on in the kitchens and being able to talk to staff. And so it's been very rewarding and very exciting to see what's taking place in Alum Rock. I understand from the comments that have been raised, there are concerns. As always, I remind the administration to be fair and to provide proper remuneration. As long as we can afford it, I'm all for it. And we do have to maintain fiscal solvency of the district, but I want to be fair and I want to also make sure that we are being able to retain and attract teachers. I understand there is a crisis. It's been going on in terms of people no longer joining the education profession. And so that puts the pressure on us to make sure that we are competitive. So just a reminder, I hear you, and I do support efforts to make sure that we have proper and fair remuneration as long as we are able to maintain fiscal solvency.
Thank you, Vice President. Trustee Pham?
Can you hear me now? Okay, first of all, I wanted to note that I am glad that Sharon Fontaine is back, and I certainly do hope to meet Sharon in person, and I take this as my acceptance of her invitation to meet. I look forward to learning more about CSEA at Alum Rock. On that, segueing into that, I want to make clear to those who spoke in public comment, I hear your frustration. I've always maintained an open door policy as a trustee and always open to suggestions from every member of the Alum Rock community. And I certainly hope to be a part in bridging the divide. And I remain optimistic that we, hopefully we will find an agreement. Next on that, I wanted to note that this is, I too wanted to note that this is the week of the school administrator. So I'm in the spirit of honoring those who serve Alum Rock. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank all the administrators, as well as the teachers, the classified staff who make this district work every day. As trustee, I wanted to note that, yes, I have, in keeping with my pledge to be an accessible trustee, I have visited school sites. I wanted to mark that I have to date visited one half of our district,
Adelante, Lucha, San Antonio, Aptitude at Goss, Cesar Chavez, Renaissance at Matson, Renaissance at Fisher, Russo McEntee, Painter, Shepherd, and Linda Vista. And I, am continuing to visit our schools. And my hope is to visit every school at least once. I am thrilled to see good things happening. I'm very and heartened to, see that, despite the challenges, our children are in good hands. I've seen principals interact like family to our kids at Adelante. I was warmly greeted by the Vietnamese and dual immersion students at Painter. Also got to be part of a math game and a impromptu class picture. And thank you for having me as part of that class picture. Got to see the band practice at Shepherd. Many good, even, our school secretaries handling a school bullying problem at Cesar Chavez. I want to thank every, those are just a few examples. I wanted to thank, everyone at the schools I've visited for, doing right by our students. And I look forward to continuing to get to know our district better. Also, I had the opportunity to visit the Alum Rock Jazz Band auditions at on September 30th, and I'm glad to say that those students that I got to see audition made it into the band. The Alum Rock Jazz Band is one of the highlights of our school district's visual and performing arts program, and I'm hopeful that as conditions improve, I believe the rest of this community want to see our kids perform. Lastly, in terms of schools, I had pleasure, along with board president and board vice president and the superintendent, of seeing our kids, seeing the students of Painter's Vietnamese language dual immersion program perform at the Moon Festival at Yerba Buena High School on the 17th of September. From kickoff to center stage, I've never seen students go so far, so fast in such a short time. Painter was the only elementary school that performed that night. And I'm proud to say it gave the high schools a run for their money in terms of the entertainment. So I'm very glad to see our district continue to build on the momentum of the 90th anniversary. And I wanted to end on one last note, in regards to the school visits, I want to make sure that the community knows that these are thorough school visits. And as board vice president noted, I check everything. I went into the kitchens, I looked at the air filters and the air conditioners and the walls and physical infrastructure of the school site. And while we're doing good things, I know that, we've still got plenty of work to do. Many of our campuses are in their sixth decade, if not their seventh decade. And, we've got a lot of work to do in keeping those facilities up and making sure that they continue to serve the needs of our children into the 21st century. So on that note, thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Pham. And I saw Trustee Chavez's hand up. Now I don't see it up. Would you like to say something, Trustee Chavez?
Sure. I wanted to speak to all of the staff. Thank you. Thank you for teaching and encouraging and inspiring the students at Alum Rock. Your strength and dedication is much appreciated. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chavez. And I see Trustee Bejarano's hand up.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear? I think so. Okay, I just wanted to make a couple of comments and thanks. First of all, I want to, this being the week that we recognize school administrators, I think it's especially apropos in light of the very recent efforts that have been going on with administrators stepping in to address the challenges that we have in this very unique time. As their spokesman said a few minutes ago, this is a time that's very non-traditional, that's no one has ever seen anything like. And I really want to, since the beginning of all this, recognize that our administrators have performed beyond admirably in just adapting to this reality and making things work in light of all the challenges that they face. So I want to thank them for that. And the other thing I wanted to just say is that, you know, as everyone else has already stated, we hear the concerns, we hear the opinions of you know, those who provide comment. And, you know, as I've mentioned and a number of us have mentioned, we do take those seriously and we do listen to them. I sometimes hear the comment that you're not listening or listen to us, and we do listen. And as we mentioned before, we ask our team and we probe and we look for, you know, solutions and press them on certain items. And so we do take comments that we hear into account when we are either meeting one-on-one with Dr. Bauer or meeting in closed session or whatever it may be. And just, you know, an individual's, what they may bring to public comment, although you may not see always the answer or the response or what you wanted or hoped to hear, it doesn't mean that it was not addressed or attempted to be part of the conversation at some point. And so I want to say that. And along those lines, you know, I do also want to recognize and thank our negotiating team. It's for them also, it's a very difficult and challenging time, and they're in a unique position to try to find a solution to where we currently are. You know, in a negotiation, by definition, there are two sides to you know, that negotiation, and the goal is to try to find something in the middle. And so I know that our team takes, as Trustee Quintero mentioned, the fiscal solvency of our district into account, the priorities of our students and our children as first and foremost. And so I just want to thank them, and knowing that that's their approach, I'm very hopeful that we will find a solution in the near future. But I think most of all, I guess my last thing that I wanted to mention is a couple of things I heard in public comment from actually parents who spoke that really resonated with me, because it's kind of the perspective that I take on the situation as well. And so one of the comments that was made was that the job of the board is to be, and I'm paraphrasing probably, I try to take as good a notes as I could, but to be good stewards of Alum Rock money for our kids. And I think that's 100% true. You know, at the end of the day, whether we're, you know, looking at budgets for SEL programs or budgets for staffing or whatever, the bottom line is our students in the district. And, you know, that is what we have to keep in mind when we're looking at limited resources and ways to try to be creative, is will our students at the end of the day have the biggest impact more positively for that? And so I really appreciated that comment. And then another parent who said, let's focus on what is best for our kids. And so again, you know, everyone has their thoughts of how things should go and where resources should be directed. You know, we offer a lot of programming in this district, from our sports activities to our, you know, music and band, and and SEL, and those things are not free. You know, we have to have budgets for all those things, and they directly impact our students. And so, you know, everything is a priority, from staff to students to programs to everything else. And when your resources are limited, therein lies the challenge that we all find ourselves. But I just want to, I guess, finish on, you know, but I think there's room. I do believe that there is room for both parties to be able to come to some agreement. And I won't go any further just because obviously I don't want to be negotiating in public. But will say that I think that I'm confident that everyone's bottom line best interest is what's best for our students first and foremost. So with that, I will end my comments and thank everyone for their participation this evening.
Thank you, Trustee Bejarano. And thank you for putting all that so eloquently. I was like, how do I say that? And you did it. So cut my report in half. Thank you so much. Definitely, it's been a tough time for us all, you know, from the front lines. Like I also heard, you know, some of the parents / staff say, you know, being at the front lines, I can only imagine day in, day out, having to follow mandates and masking and additional things that weren't there 2-3 years ago. And then, you know, having to hear back from negotiations, maybe the team, maybe not hearing what they wanted to hear. I'm also part of a union, so I understand, you know, that feeling where it's like, you know, here we are doing more and, you know, where is my compensation? So I hear you, I feel you. I think by now we all know somebody that either has been affected by COVID or have passed away due to it. You know, it's been a tough time. It feels, you know, like that darkness has like gone. We've gone through so much. I know, you know, when I first came on as a board member, as an appointed board member, I remember somebody telling me, are you crazy? You know, why would you do that? You know, it's volunteer. And do you see how, you know, things are going on right now at Alum Rock? And I think now, you know, things were hard then in a different way, but I feel like we're closer, you know, to that end of the tunnel where, you know, I get to remember, even though we have some of these hard, you know, conversations and feedback, which is good. Again, like Trustee Bejarano said, to continue to ask, you know, staff, ensure that, you know, what we are having conversations with, whether it's on one-on-one or as a board as a whole, to ensure that what we're saying, you know, is getting followed through, right? And that everything adds up, right? And that the information that's coming back, that it makes sure that those conversations that we're having that are getting followed through. And I trust that we're all doing our best, right? I don't see any doing and any, you know, whether it's a staff or administration, sometimes it's a misunderstanding or a percentage or how we see it. And so just ensuring that there's clarity, ensuring that, you know, there's transparency, ensuring that, again, we are being fair with the contract and that we are, you know, absolutely, you know, raising what we can for the teachers, at the same time looking at the overall fiscal solvency of our district, not just today, you know, because we're in charge of it today, but for the next year and the next 3 years and, you know, for future generations. And so just doing all that, thank you, Trustee Bejarano, for putting all that in a way that's, you know, people can maybe better understand it without, again, getting into the details of the negotiations in public, which I look forward to do. That is my job, and we will do that and know public that we're doing that. But we obviously cannot do that in public. And so with that, just wanted to end on a positive note. In our community, there's a lot of good things happening. We do have a couple of theater plays coming up, which we haven't had. You know, one of them is the Partera at the Alum Rock, I'm sorry, at the Alum Rock Union Elementary School District at the Mexican Heritage Plaza. It's opening up tonight, and it'll be going on this weekend and next weekend. My daughter, Xochitl Ortiz, happens to be one of the actors, so of course a proud mother there. But I assure you, if you get to go, you know, will love it. And make sure to bring your tissues because you will shed a tear or two. And then after that, thank you, Trustee Pham, for pointing out that we got to go to the Moon Festival and celebrate with our Vietnamese community here in our Silicon Valley. So proud of our Vietnamese dual immersion program students who were out there singing, smiling, dancing, laughing. It was so beautiful to see, along with the rest of the Vietnamese community. And I also want to point out that the Vietnamese American Service Center will be opening up on October 23rd. So very proud of that here in our Silicon Valley. 12 to 5 on the 23rd, tune in, look for information if you're interested in that. Very proud to work with the county and ensure that we're also servicing our Vietnamese community. And then, as we know, in our Mexican indigenous cultures, we're celebrating the Day of the Dead coming up. So the Mexican Heritage Plaza also will be having Avenida de Altares, so an altar walk on the 30th of October here in our community. The altar walk is at 7, and then there's a community festival at 7:30. So I think things that we haven't been able to do in the past year and a half, we're able to start, getting out there with our families to enjoy. So hope to see you out in the community, smile at one another, wave at least from afar, to remember, that we are still here, we are still thriving, regardless of how it feels sometimes. There is that light at the end of the tunnel, and as long as we maintain strong and together, we'll get through this, and we'll see ourselves on the other end of this pandemic soon, hopefully. So thank you for that. We'll go ahead and move on to item 401. Superintendent, I'll turn it over to you at this time. Is that your item? Or I'm not sure if you have somebody else.
So this is something that we have to bring to the board in order to continue having access virtually, the board meetings virtually. So I have asked our legal counsel to give a brief explanation so that the audience is able to understand, why we have to do this particular item. So Mr. Ruiz, I think you are on the phones, and can you help us see why we need to have this item 401? Thank you.
I can. Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you. So a couple of weeks ago, Governor Newsom signed into law Assembly Bill 361. And this relates to the ability of public agencies like this school district and the school board to continue to conduct meetings virtually through Zoom, through telephone, or through other electronic means. Recall that before the pandemic, if a board member wanted to participate in a public meeting, the district had to satisfy certain requirements. Namely, the agenda had to include the fact that a member was going to be participating electronically. The agenda had to disclose where the member was going to be participating from. The location, wherever the board member was, had to be open and available to the public. And there were several other requirements. When the pandemic hit, of course, there was an emergency situation. And so the governor, through a series of executive orders, suspended those requirements under the Brown Act and allowed public agencies and this board to hold its meetings virtually, which this district has done for the last 19 months or so through Zoom and telephone, and then broadcasting on YouTube. So those executive orders have expired, but the governor signed Assembly Bill 361. This new law allows school districts and other public agencies to continue to hold public meetings virtually, electronically, provided there are two conditions being met. Number one, there is a state of or a declaration of emergency circumstances. And of course, in this case, the governor's emergency declaration relating to COVID is still in existence. And the other requirement is that local or state public health authorities have either imposed or are recommending social distancing in crowds and in public spaces or publicly accessible spaces. That is the case, again, also because our local Santa Clara County Public Health Department is recommending social distancing under certain circumstances. And so the conditions upon which an agency and this board can continue to hold meetings virtually are met. But the board has to make those findings, and so that is included in the resolution for this evening for consideration. In addition, the new law also has other requirements. The agenda has to publish the links for the Zoom meetings or if the telephone numbers. Your agendas do that. The board meetings also have to allow members of the public to comment on agenda items on a real-time basis. In other words, the agency cannot require citizens to submit written comments, which will then be read during a board meeting. You have to allow real-time comments, and the agency has to allow a reasonable time and opportunity for members of the public to comment. I will say that this board and board president in particular over the last several months has made a point of waiting a period of time to make sure there are no additional comments. And so you have met those requirements as well. And then the other significant, one of the other significant requirements is that if the board wants to go down this path and to continue to hold its meetings virtually, then it has to make these findings every 30 days. And so if the board, for example, was to adopt this resolution this evening, you would have to do it in another 30 days if the conditions still exist for you to continue to meet virtually. If you cannot make the findings or if the conditions no longer exist, for example, if the governor rescinds his declaration of a state of emergency, then you would have to go back to full in-person instruction in accordance with the terms of the Brown Act, and any telephonic appearance by any board member would have to meet those requirements. So this, the resolution before you includes all of these requirements and these findings. But again, if the board were to adopt this resolution this evening, you would also have to do it in another 30 days to continue to meet virtually.
Thank you so much. At this time, what I'll do is I'll open it up for public comments, and then I'll bring it back to the trustees for any comments, questions, concerns, and then we'll go from there. So just a reminder to the public, we are on this item and this item only that our council just talked about regarding the resolution to authorize remote virtual teleconference meetings of the board and district committees subject to the Brown Act for the period between October 14th and November 13th. Jose, do we have any members of the public wishing to address the board? But before we go there, I just see Trustee Pham's hand up. Do you want to say something before we open it up to public comment? You're on mute.
I can wait until the public has commented.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Mr. Chavez, do we have any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item?
Yes, Madam President, we have 3 speakers. Our first speaker is Rose Ramos. Ms. Ramos, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, good evening to everyone. I just want to let the board members know that the school, my children, well, I've been a parent of my older son 6 years at Adelante. we have the problem at school, like especially the gate. You know, it's been 6 years that my son goes.
Rose, thank you for assisting. We're actually just having comment on item 401, discussing this agenda item. So I'm sorry that we're not able to discuss any other items at this time. So please raise your hand up again if it's specific to this item that our council just talked about. Jose, if we can go to the next person.
Yes, our next speaker is Adrian Bain. Ms. Bain, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
All right, so I have a few things. So I heard something about no text comments, and so I would like to hear a little bit more about that. From my understanding, from what was just presented, is that we should be allowed to text this. And also with the agenda, we should be able to amend it as well, or make our suggestions. So that's number one. Number two, I have a big problem with the fact that, and this to me is a Williams Act sort of thing, of not all of our families have Wi-Fi. And if we are going to continue to do our meetings on Zoom, we need to make sure that everybody, all of our community, is able to attend these meetings. And that includes Wi-Fi, which has been a problem for the past, as we all know, 19 months. So this is something that we really need to, and I know that this is something that you guys may not be able to get to do, but this is something that in all of California, Wi-Fi should be a utility that everybody has available. And the fact that not all of our kids or families have Wi-Fi is ridiculous. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Michael Poling. Mr. Poling, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Yes, a couple of things that I'm hearing here. First, can you hear me? I don't see the clock ticking. Oh, there it goes. Okay, the act, as your attorney has spelled it out, seems to indicate that the general public should have ample time to comment. I don't believe your 2-minute time frame provides that ample time. I would suggest that that be doubled, if not extended, or when there's not a line of people waiting, that you allow people to return and make a comment, as I had hoped to earlier, but was essentially told to go away. Part of the kind of disrespect that I feel teachers have to endure on a regular basis. The comments that Ms. Vane was making are also terribly accurate. Our kids have got limited Wi-Fi. Why wasn't that dealt with months ago? Okay, months ago. I know the Delta variant was a bit of a curveball, but I don't think anybody really expected that we would all be back in September or late August with everything just being fine. And you guys dropped the ball. President Biden and the federal government have dropped millions of dollars into your laps. And what are you doing with it? What are you doing with it to help our kids get educated? You're waiting for handouts from Verizon and other places. Step up, get the job done. And you need to compensate your teachers. You need to pay us a fair wage so we can live in this district and continue to serve the kids we want to serve, that we love. And I'm about to be silenced again. Goodbye.
Madam President, at this time, we have no more speakers.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and turn it over to the trustees at this time. I know trustee Pham, you had your hand up.
Yes, Madam President. So, question to General Counsel. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, so the board having to approve this declaration once every 30 days. Now, for purposes of this meeting, I mean, it's sort of de facto. It's sort of a, how you say, a done deal, because we're here, and also the fact that conditions are still quite serious. But I noticed that the end date of this resolution is November the 13th. If my calendar is not wrong, the next scheduled board meeting, regular board meeting, is I believe the 18th of November. So once the board approves this resolution, it would actually expire 5 days prior to the next board meeting. So basically, does this mean that if we would have to return to the board, have some sort of meeting prior to the expiration of this order, and vote on another resolution in order for it to take effect for the next board meeting?
So the quick answer is no, and that's because the legislature, in their great wisdom in this instance, included within AB 361 that the board can meet virtually for purposes of deciding whether or not the conditions exist to implement the virtual meetings. So you will be able to do it again on the 18th, even though the 30 days have expired. But on the 18th, I would recommend that this item also be placed, also be on the agenda as the first action item for that meeting as well.
Okay, so so then let's play out this scenario. Now, supposedly, say the board does not approve that item on the 18th. What happens then? Do we have to immediately reassemble in an in-person session in the event that the board does not renew the resolution in November?
So that, whereas the legislature had great wisdom with regards to the last question, I think there is a gap in the legislation, relating to the circumstance that you described. You just described. So I would say, in the interest of approaching this in a conservative and safe way, that if the board does not pass the resolution, then yes, the meeting should continue on an in-person basis with the boardroom openly available to the public, and otherwise complying with the Brown Act provisions. That may also require that the meeting be recessed for some period of time to allow for that. But that would be my approach.
Oh, okay, very well. And so I'll end with a comment that for this month, yes, I understand that the situation is as such that for the time being, I am inclined to support this item. However, but I would have to really consider it for next month. In that the Zoom, I admit these Zoom meetings have been tough, and I'm a little old fashioned and great believer in the in-person meeting. So for the time being, I would be in support of this item given the current situation, but it's not guaranteed. I am up in the air in regards to renewal 30 days from now.
Thank you, Trustee Bam. Trustee Bejarano and then Trustee Chavez.
Yes, thank you. I also had a question for General Counsel with regards to both scenarios. At any point in time, if this board chose to approve this or to not approve it, what would be the impact on the public? Would it be that if it was, obviously, if we approve it, then we just move forward as we have done so, for the 19 months because of safety precautions and all those reasons. But if we were to not approve it, then I hear you say that we would need to come into the boardroom. Does that mean that the boardroom, the public would then only have access because we're meeting in person? They would have to come in person as well to the boardroom to participate in the meetings? What would be the impact?
Yes, that's correct. Except and unless the board decides to also hold to broadcast its meetings virtually. So in other words, the board could return to full in-person board meetings in the boardroom. It could also establish capacity limitations to address the issue of social distancing, which would reduce the number of persons allowed in the boardroom, but then it could also choose to continue to broadcast its meetings virtually through Zoom, through YouTube, and also allow for participation telephonically.
Okay. And so then I guess this is a question to staff. If we were to do that, are we prepared, or would we be prepared to be able to meet in person and be broadcasting and take public comment in person and also public comment virtually and all these different scenarios? Would that be within our capacity realistically?
Not yet. We would have to really retool our boardroom to be able to have the capacity to broadcast the way we're doing it right now. Because that's what you're asking, right? To have the in-person and the broadcast simultaneously.
That, and also the full menu, the in-person meeting, the broadcasted meeting, the in-person comments, the virtual comments, like the full gamut of everything. Is that
we will have to invest in our boardroom. Our boardroom, as you guys know, it's also a little bit outdated in terms of the technology and the devices that we have there, in terms of broadcasting, in terms of all of those kinds of things that need to be in place in order to get the kind of event that you're talking about, Trustee Bejarano.
Okay, thank you. So then I guess my comment would be that, I think first and foremost, I am supportive tonight, and as long as our public health officials and everyone deems that this is the safe route, and it puts the least amount of people at risk, that's one thing, just listening to our public health officials. But also not only within our own district, which I think we have heard, but also in general, just nationally, I've read and seen things that there's a strong push or a strong feeling by the public that they do appreciate the accessibility that virtual meetings provide to them, because, you know, especially when we have, you know, we've had meetings in the past where we have kids in the boardroom and it's late and they have homework, and you know, the virtual meetings do provide the opportunity for people to participate kind of more at their convenience. So I'm mindful of that piece of the puzzle as well. And I do understand also, just to some of the comments, that, you know, connectivity is not perfect, and there is certainly a digital divide that's a very real thing. And I think when those things have occurred, as a district, we've addressed them by, you know, I know we have our help desk that we've established, and, you know, the data that we received back, if I'm not mistaken, was that parents had felt that they, for the most part, if I remember correctly, in the 90% range, that they were happy with the distance learning and the connectivity. And I'm not speaking specifically to that point, but I know it's an issue and it can be an issue, and we have the systems in place to address it. So if there's an issue of connectivity for anyone in the district wanting to participate, I think that is within our capacity to address, because we have already established systems to address that during distance learning. So for all those reasons, I will be supportive of this tonight and in the future, so long as our public health officials, that we stay on the same page with our public health officials. So that will be it for my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bejarano. I do see your hand up, Trustee Pham, but I know Trustee Chavez had her hand up first. I don't see it anymore, so I just want to give her an opportunity. Trustee Chavez?
Yes. I believe because we have gotten a good response from Zoom meetings, I believe that it's helpful to keep the communication with the community, and the accessibility for the community is helpful to families with kids, because I remember at the board meetings, they used to always say that they were there with the kids and they would rather be home. And this is an opportunity. As far as connectivity, every single month I have an issue, even though I have a district computer and a hotspot now, the connectivity is not good. So I feel for the people who are not having good connections. Also, perhaps we can investigate on some of the different hotspots that they're using, because we know that certain hotspots work best in different areas. And maybe that can, I don't know how the district would work that out, but maybe we can offer the community that to make the communication better. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pham.
Okay, two-parter. Again, question General Counsel. You mentioned that the board does have the right to set capacity limits in the boardroom. Is that correct?
Yes, in light of the public health concerns, yes.
So, you know, to be on the same page with, you know, our public health officials. So, you know, question to Dr. Bauer. So, you know, given the problems with connectivity and the fact that, you know, if we return to an in-person board meeting, we would return to what they, you know, status quo pre-pandemic, which, if I remember, we had the in-person meeting, but also the board meeting was televised on Create TV. You know, wouldn't it just be advisable to allow, you know, to set capacity limitations in accordance with public health guidelines and resume in-person board meetings?
Well, yeah, if that's what the board would like to do, of course, you know, we can do that. In terms of Create TV, just to remind you, Trustee Pham, those were not simultaneous broadcasts. it was after the fact. So people were not participating. They were not part of the board meeting. They kind of saw it after the fact, just to remind you.
Oh,
Okay, thank you, trustee Pham. I do see your hand up again, trustee Chavez. Go ahead and go, and then I'll say a few comments and ask a few questions. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was watching the numbers on the participants tonight. This is just an example of tonight's numbers. So at 6:15, there was 111 participants. At 6:53, there was 84 participants. At 6:59, 81 participants. And at 7:20, 66 participants. And as of right now, the participants is 61 at 7:34. So this does help the community to be able to connect with us. And if they need to speak, they are allowed. And one of the teachers said that he was cut off. So if there isn't that many speakers, maybe we can allow, if there's 1 or 2 speakers, more than 2 minutes. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. Rogelio, if you're still there, in regards to the comments in writing, I know you mentioned something about not allowing, and I know that we have, so I just wanted to clarify, if somebody is not able to make it, can they send their message with somebody else, and is somebody else able to read that on their behalf?
Yes, I'm sorry if I misspoke. So what the statute says is that the board cannot limit public comment to written comments. It has to provide the opportunity to comment in real time. But the board can still accept written comments as long as the public member wants to submit them that way. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. And then Dr. Bauer, I just wanted to confirm, because I know there was a comment made during public comment, and I just want to ensure that all of our students, all of our Alum Rock community, all of our students and teachers and staff have connectivity, whether it's a hotspot, that they're able to connect to the internet. Now, how strong it is, that's another conversation, but I just want to make sure that everybody has the ability to connect.
We don't have the same thing that we had last year because the city stopped the service to a number of hotspots. Connectivity is a very complex endeavor. And so we do have devices, and the students and kids, there are some schools that already have, through the VILS program, the connectivity. And we did keep some of our hotspots with T-Mobile, but it's not one-to-one throughout the community because we did have a very strong partnership with the city, and the city cut that service in July. So I just want to, in transparency, I just want to be very clear that everybody knows why that is the case. We do have a cycle of replenishing devices. So we don't only have Verizon or iPads that are provided by Verizon. We have a multitude of devices throughout the system, and there is a cycle through which schools order new replenished devices. We are not yet at one-on-one so that everybody can take one home and get one in the site. We don't have like 2 devices per staff and per kid. And so those are the differences that people notice. The other thing that I wanted to say is that when we are connecting, it's not only the ability to have a hotspot or a district line in terms of connecting with a Wi-Fi, there are so many other variables that get in the way, including the places where we live, right? Sometimes the connectivity is not just that it's not that the sign is not, the signal is not being able to be captured by the machine, but sometimes the walls, the trees, you guys know that when you're walking in very close places like Alum Rock Park, you're not able to get Wi-Fi in the middle of the canyon, but you're able to get Wi-Fi way up in the in the hills. So there's a variety of I don't want to say
Factors, yes.
challenges,
No, I get
but
it.
reality, right? In
Yes,
terms of
thank you.
connecting.
And thank you for clarifying that, because I did not know that all of our students were not connected anymore like they were last year. And I think, part of it is our issue and part of it's not, right? Like it's a greater issue, but at least as a leader in our community, then we're able to advocate, whether it's with the city or the county, and bring in those resources. Because, just like 20 years ago, if somebody didn't have a phone, they would not be able to be connected to a lot of other resources. So anyways, that's another conversation. So bringing it back here to.
Board President, may I say something very fast?
Go ahead.
I just also want you to know that we are in conversations with the city to renew some of those.
Okay, good. Because I was going to follow up with you. I already had my list going, because I know we're going to have our one-on-one. So good. And I figured, and I knew that you and I are going to follow up on this later. Okay, so that's that. And back to this specific item, I, for the very same reasons that Trustee Bejarano pointed out, will be supporting this. Now I have a question for Rogelio. If we were to have a special board meeting between now and our next regular scheduled meeting, are we able to put it in there, and would it, give us another week or two if we approve it, let's say October 28th? Let's just say we had a meeting then and we put this on the agenda. It's every 30 days from whenever we approve it. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah. So you could do that. It doesn't mean that it has to be 30 days on the dot. If you happen to have a special meeting between now and your next regular scheduled meeting, you could put it on the agenda and adopt the resolution that way.
Okay. Okay, that helps me in the way that I'm going to support this. I'm with, Trustee Bejarano in regards to what the public health officials, direct us to do, where we're at, especially in our community. I don't think we're at a place where we get to just open it up as pre-pandemic yet. I think we're close, but we're not there yet. So I will be supporting this. I do see Trustee Chavez hand up, so I'll go ahead and open it up. Trustee Chavez?
Motion to approve resolution 12/21/22. And for it to be on the board agenda for the next month and every consecutive month should we need to vote it in again. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconds?
Second.
Second by Trustee Bejarano. Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. As I see you on my screen, we'll go ahead and start with Trustee Pham.
Aye.
Trustee Chavez.
Aye.
Trustee Bejarano.
Aye.
Vice President Quintero.
Aye.
Oh, myself, aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Next item, 402, approve district governance handbook. Dr. Bauer, is there anything you want to bring up on this?
This was something that the board has discussed, and the board agreed to bring back in October. So we brought it back clean. There's only one minor place that it needs a little bit of direction from the board. It's on page 11, and it's the protocols for sending emails. So that's the only thing that is missing. And we are asking the board whether you want to send us some ideas and we put them together, bring it back in November to approve it completely. You want to approve it as as it is, and then with the edits that you will send. So this is a board conversation.
Trustee Chavez.
Approve as is with the edits to follow. Motion.
I mean, I'll second just to continue the questions and discussion.
Okay, second by Trustee Bejarano.
I do have a question though. I thought that I did see several places in the handbook, and I think there are just areas that we still haven't gotten to as a board with regards to really finishing out the entire long-term strategy type stuff that's included in there. And so if we approve this tonight, Dr. Bauer, that you're still able to go back in and modify. This is a living document in essence. Is that correct?
Yes. And remember, Trustee Bejarano, this was kind of adopted. I don't want to, as it was, and the board did not go through page by page. So I just want to refresh everybody's memory. There were some items that were the board, but the majority of it was not discussed at length. So it was brought back. And the understanding was that you like the format, that you like what it said, that it aligned with what the board saw, and there were some minor edits that needed to be added. And yes, this is a living document, so the board is able to change anytime the board wishes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I do see, that one on page 9, in parentheses, to be considered by the board still, which is definitely there. And then, like you said, Dr. Bauer, on page 11. So, I mean, do we want to approve today, or do we want to bring it back once we've identified those? Do we want to talk about those right now? Do we want to send those to Dr. Bauer and then bring it back to then approve? Any thoughts? I know there's a motion to approve as is. I guess maybe I would just add to hold off on printing. I would hate to print, even if it is 5 copies of this, when it's not fully finished, when we still have the to be considered by the board in there. But I do have, I do know that with our board, it will be finished by November, if we all get that to you. I do see that all the hands up. I'll go with, as I see you on my screen, Trustee Chavez, Bejarano, and then Trustee Pham.
Approve it. We can put in draft on my motion.
Thank you. Trustee Bejarano, I know you second, and I don't know if you have a comment to that.
I have a second. I don't have a second to that one. I still keep my second to the original motion. But the question that I had was, what is the benefit, or is there a benefit to approving it tonight? Or I would like to, if possible, default to approving it similar to what you're saying, President, approve it when it's actually completed, and just have a finished product completed and done. So I just want to make sure I understand if there's any particular benefit to approving it in its current state tonight.
Can I?
Yes, please.
So, and I totally understand that we have to clean it up, such as what Board President mentioned, and we will. But one of the benefits is that we will be able to respond to the state audit that asked us to have a governance book. It didn't say that the governance book needed to be perfect. They just ask, and every 6 months I get a little reminder, and I'm very diligent about it, and I respond, and there I respond to the stuff that we finished. And this one I have not been able to say because it has not been approved. So for whatever is worth, that is, from my humble opinion, it would be helpful so that we can, it's not going to be perfect, but at least I will be able to say this is a governance book that the board approved.
And I do see all the other hands. I know Trustee Pham, can I just in relation to this, if I can just add something, Trustee Pham, before we go. I know, Dr. Bauer, you and I talked about some language for the page 11. I don't know if you captured it, that maybe we can put it in if the board agrees, that it would be a little bit more full. And it's just, again, in relation to that, I would feel better if we had it in there, if again, the rest of the board agreed to it, but I don't know if you have the language. I know you and I just briefly spoke about it. Did you capture it? I didn't email it to you either yet.
So in terms of the protocols for responding to emails, The idea was that the board may respond to any emails that they, in terms of events, making yourselves available, talking to the stakeholders. And then the second bullet will be if the board receives any complaints or concerns regarding staff, regarding anything that has to do directly with the district, that email will be forwarded to the superintendent for the superintendent to follow up. And that's just so that we can protect everything that, needs to be covered in terms of confidentiality and things like that.
Yes, so thank you. And then think about that, staff, if you are okay with that. And that would go on 11 under the protocols. We agree for those 2 items. Trustee Pham?
Yes, well, actually, I was about to address that. So I think, I think that my proposal is it should be codified as such that, email board members may reply to emails provided that it is something within the privy of the board member, as Dr. Bauer mentioned, appearances at events, for example. And to codify that if an email is regarding a district issue, the board member should forward it to the superintendent's or designee, and as appropriate. And the only other thing I might say is that board members should not disclose confidential items in email correspondence.
Thank you, Trustee Pham. Trustee Chavez?
I would like to add on a need-to-know basis.
And you would like to add that to what? Just want to clarify so that.
When we do put that part in on page 11.
On a need-to-know basis.
Correct.
If you can just tell me specifically where that would go, because I know Maribel and Dr. Bauer are writing down the language, and I just want to make sure that.
So Dr. Bauer said that we would contact her if it had to do with a complaint about the district.
And you're saying to add what?
On a need-to-know basis.
I don't agree with that, because I think it's, at least in my understanding, is it's very clear that we as board members are able to respond to any emails, provided if it's something, privy to us. Then the second item would be that any emails received regarding staff or district issues should be forwarded to the superintendent.
Correct, but the only thing that I'm referring to on a need-to-know basis is the second part that you just read when Dr. Bauer said that, not the first part.
Okay, and I don't agree with that, because I think on a need-to-know basis kind of has each board member kind of pick and choose, and I think all items regarding staff and district issues should be forwarded to the superintendent. That's just my thought. Let's see, Vice President Quintero and then Trustee Bejarano.
Madam President, I would appreciate if there needs to be significant work on this, then we should set up a workshop or some other time. But to wordsmith this out right here at this moment, I don't think is very productive, given the fact that we have a lot of items on the agenda. Or board members should send their stuff in writing and work it out with the superintendent, and then we can, in written form, deal with it at a future meeting by accepting or rejecting written edits. Just my 2 cents.
Thank you, and I know we have a motion on the floor. Trustee Bejarano?
I just wanted to ask you, President Herrera Lora, that a second ago you said you don't agree with what Trustee Chavez said, but I was just wondering if you, Trustee Herrera Loera, could clarify your understanding of what you said, because I'm not quite sure I still understand what that need to know basis means. So
That's
according to your understanding of it, Trustee Herrera Loera, can you explain what your interpretation is?
According to my understanding as to what Trustee Chavez is mentioning is that on the second bullet point, if the board receives any emails regarding staff or district issues, then the board member should forward it to the superintendent. And Trustee Chavez would like to add on a need to know basis.
But so she's meaning then that if it's regarding staff or that we get to
Let's ask
determine whether or
her.
not.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see, Trustee
Well, I
Chavez.
just wanna-
Instead of
clear
trying to
that up
interpret
for
what
us,
I'm
please?
saying, why not go to the,
Please,
okay,
Trustee
so
Chavez.
Okay, I'll try
what
again.
I'm saying is sometimes people want to vent and I wouldn't want to send that to her. So she doesn't need to know that. It's like the important things that are gonna be a reflection on the district, the things that she needs to know. That is what I would like to pass on. That's why I said on a need to know basis. So of course, the important stuff, by all means, she's gonna get it right away. But the other stuff, that's, maybe something that just needed to be vented out. I heard it, I listened, and that's it.
And I too
I'm
would,
not-
then I too would disagree, President Herrera Loera, because I think determining what is venting versus what needs to go to the superintendent is subjective, and any one of us could have a different interpretation of that. So that's why I would not be in favor of saying as needed or on a need to know basis, because it's just too subjective based on the 5 of our personalities or interpretations.
And then I see your hand, Trustee Chavez, and I do want to take in consideration what Vice President Quintero did mention. I think we are doing the wordsmithing right now, and maybe we do save it for a special board meeting or for November's meeting between now and then. I saw your hand up again, Trustee Chavez, so I want to give you that time. Go ahead.
So can we just approve this with the edit so that Dr. Bauer can say to the state, this is what we got so far, we're working on it? Is that okay, Dr. Bauer?
She's waiting for our direction. Let's see, Trustee Bejarano, I know you seconded the motion, so we have a motion on the floor. So we'll work with that, and then we'll open it up for public comments as soon as we're done here. Trustee Bejarano, any thoughts?
The original motion was to approve it as it is, correct? And bring it, was there any other piece to it in the original motion? If Maribel could clarify that?
With edits.
Yeah, it was with edits, approve as is with edits. That's what.
Okay, so my second remains for that motion.
Then Maribel, just to clarify, when you say with edits, do you have any edits as of now?
No. Dr. Barr wants to answer to that, Dr. Barr?
I just want to make sure, because we don't then, right, is what we're saying. None, no edits, just as is, and then we'll come back to it.
I'm sorry, Board President, the edits have not been approved, right?
Yes.
So you guys are going back and forth. We're
Right.
taking notes.
And I just want to clarify Trustee Bejarano's
and-
words right now, that we
Mhm.
don't have any edits with, because he said with edits, but really then it's as is without edits, and then we'll come back to it. Yeah, okay. We're good? We want to clarify something else, Trustee Chavez? Go ahead.
As is, as a first draft or second draft. Is that easier for you guys to vote on if I say it like that?
Just
And
as is,
no, it's
no.
not. Okay, just keep it the same. And can we vote now?
Not yet, because we got to go to public comment. So thank you for
After public
helping
comment.
us move
Thank
forward
you.
here. Thank you. Okay, so seeing no other hands, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment at this time. Jose, if you can help us, please identify any members of the board members of the public wishing to address the board.
Yes, Madam President. At this time, we have 2 speakers. First speaker is Adrian Vane. Ms. Vane, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself and begin speaking. The timer will begin.
Yes, I'm very confused as to what you're voting on right now. I would assume it's 4.02 and 4.03 was, I believe, moved to the 5.02, correct? I'm just sort of confused as to where we are right now. And so if somebody could please tell me that, I would greatly appreciate it.
For purposes of you getting time to speak, we are on item 402. I want to make sure you have your time to speak. Is she done?
Then sorry, I apologize. I'm going back and forth with my phone. So yes, I have no problem with anything. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Our next speaker is Michael Pulling. Mr. Pulling, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Yes, I'd like to ask you guys to help Dr. Bauer out here. It's like she's asking for a pretty simple thing here. She just needs to go to the state and be able to say that you're making some progress, which, you know, come on, you got to get some stuff done here and move on to the more important things, i.e. retaining quality teachers, not losing the new good teachers that you have. And it's this kind of, you know, round and round, you just look disorganized, and any, you know, prospective parent that's thinking, oh, maybe I'm going to put my kid into this Alum Rock district, or maybe I'm going to go somewhere else, or maybe I'm going to go to a private school. Watching the way you guys operate is just kind of embarrassing sometimes. And, you know, again, get your act together and do things more professionally, more correctly, with more concern for the students, for the staff, for your teachers, that we bust our butts for our students. We do our best to get things done. We deal with illness and crises. Our students are, you know, I have our counselors, for example. You're thinking of doubling the number of students a counselor is responsible from 500 to 1,000. That's insane. We're talking about social emotional learning. Let's show them some love. Let's cut the number from 500 to 250, the recommended amount by the American Counselors Association. Again, get your act together. Please support Dr. Bauer. Goodbye.
Madam President, at this time, we have no more public speakers.
Thank you so much. Now we'll go to the vote. I'll call you as I see you on my screen. Trustee Pham?
Aye.
Trustee Bejarano?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Vice President Quintero?
Aye.
And myself, aye, passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Item 501. We did move 403 over after 501, so we'll move on to 501 at this time. Approved contract for legal services with Janice Bolivar Kelly. Dr. Bauer?
If you remember, we had a special board meeting at the end of September because we needed to secure firms that will help us with some more legal support, specifically in the areas of contracts. So we sent an RFP back in July, late July, early August, and we didn't have anybody responding. We asked the board permission to have Rogelio and Covera call three of the biggest firms to be able to see if that will generate more interest. That's how we ended up with DWK responding to us. One of the firms said that they no longer deal with this kind of work that we are seeking, and the other one never responded. So you have before you a contract with DWK, because they were the firm that responded, and they talked to Rogelio and Colvera in letting us know that they're interested in partnering with us. So I hope that you support this contract. Just to remind you, we have our program manager contract pending because we need somebody to review this particular work. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bauer. Vice President Quintero?
Move approval of the contract as recommended by the administration.
Second.
Second.
Second by Trustee Bejarano. At this time, I'm going to open it up for public comment first, and then I'll come back to the trustees. Jose, if you can help us with any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item?
Yes, we have one person. Ms. Adrian Bain. Ms. Bain, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself when you begin speaking. The timer will begin.
Hello again. My name is Adrian Bain, and I am a teacher at Just George Middle School. And while I frankly love the fact that we're looking into solar paneling and all of this stuff, I would invite you, please, tomorrow, within the week, the next 2 weeks, come to our campus at Just George, because my classroom for the past.
I'm sorry, Ms. Vane. We are on item 501, and we are talking about approving contract for legal services with DWK. You mentioned that about the solar power. That is item 403, and we will be discussing that next. So if you can please raise your hand up if you had something to say on 501 regarding this legal service contract with DWK. Please raise your hand if you're gonna talk about that. Otherwise, I welcome you back on item 403 when we discuss the solar power. Jose, is she back?
No, we do have 2 other speakers, Mr. Michael Boyd. And Mr. Pulling, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself when you begin speaking. The timer will begin.
Yes. Yes, I'm not sure what you're spending money on here for. And I think that's part of the problem so many of the teachers have with the board and the way you operate. You're hiring a law firm to do something about contracts, yet it takes you 11 meetings to basically come up with an impasse that you have no contract with the majority of your employees, your teachers. And yet in a few moments, you're like, oh, these people don't do it anymore. These people will do it. Let's throw them money. I'd like all of you to attest that you have no connection to this firm in any way, shape, or form, that none of your family members have any connection to this firm in any way, shape, or form. Because frankly, there's been a history of corruption within our district. And, you know, I know many of you are new, but contracts just seem to go out the window really quick to anybody that's not a teacher. And explain what this is for. You need a law firm to help you figure out whether you can sign a contract with somebody or not. I don't get it. I really just don't get it. And if you're hearing the frustration in my voice, it's there. And, you know, frankly, I probably could be better spending this time looking on EdJoin for another district to work in. Because the more I try to engage, the more frustrated I get. And you're about to lose a teacher who's been with you for 7 years, who has got 30 years of experience of teaching, 25 of which in the Santa Clara County area. 7 with you, plenty more with other places. You're going to lose good teachers. Get your act together, pass the contract.
Our next speaker is Rachel Lopez. Ms. Lopez, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Lopez. I am a first grade teacher at San Antonio, which I love. I was at Aptitude before that. I think Alum Rock is one of the best communities I've ever had the pleasure to work in. But I spent the first 20 years of my career in real estate and finance, so I understand contracts very, very well. And I want to understand how well vetted this law firm is. It sounds like they answered their phone, so we're giving them a contract. Maybe before we approve it, we could do a little investigation, maybe find out a little more about what services are actually being provided. How long is this contract going to be for? What exactly are they going to do for us? And like the previous teacher was stating, that it would be great if we could have some sort of like agreement where everybody signs that they have no personal tie to anybody in this company for transparency. Because the best way to earn trust of the teachers, the community, the parents is through transparency. And everything that you do, be overly transparent. And I believe that this is a great example if we could do that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hilda Reese. Ms. Reese, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi.
Ms. Reese, please unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if you guys heard anything of what I said, but basically what I'm saying that I'm in agreement with both of the teachers that talked a little bit earlier. For me, it's important. I'm a parent. So for me, I just have been, I've had kids that have been in the Alum Rock district for many years, but for me, it's important that there's transparency from this board. It's a new board, yes, but you guys have to earn our trust. There's been so much corruption with the previous board, and I think it's important that we vet, we go through a very detailed background of this firm, ensure that they're not related to anyone that's on the board, and that there's no kickbacks to anyone on the board of why we're giving this contract. So again, I definitely like to agree with the last teacher that there has to be transparency, and that's really the only way that you will earn the trust back of the community, because I'm sorry that there's really no trust on this particular board. So we want to make sure that we are being transparent and that we really do our due diligence and that we're getting the right firm on board. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Brenda Sendejas. Ms. Sendejas, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi, my name is Brenda Sendejas. Good evening to everyone on this board. I did have some concerns. I was at the previous meeting and I do remember hearing that you guys did not send RFQs to all firms. It was a certain amount of firms that you guys had sent. I just want to ensure that you guys did put a recent request, and these aren't the same ones that I believe, I could be wrong, you guys didn't get any answers back from. And so I do remember Ms. Chavez mentioning if there would be maybe more requests for more firms, and make this a bidding process where you have actual people that want to come into this board and you can do the proper questionnaires and ensure that this is a transparent process, that it isn't something that somebody wants, that one person wants this firm, and make it an open process so we can see who they are and maybe even have an interview, right? That we can also participate in, because this isn't something that we should just go with because this one person responded. I would like to see that there was a recent request made and ensure that this is transparent. We've been through a lot with this district, and yeah, there is a lack of trust. I'm not saying that you guys are the reason. I'm just saying this is something that takes time. And if the public, like the previous speakers were saying this, then I think we should be listening. Thank you.
Next speaker is Adrian Vane. Ms. Vane, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Thank you for letting me speak again for this specific thing. You know, we need to really look into, because you guys keep on looking at our finances and you guys don't want to give us raises, yada, yada, yada. There are all these other things, and you're in one company that and be looked more than one. We should be looked at so we could get the best price. This is not the best way to do things. Come on. Most of the people on this, you guys have so much experience that you would never take the first and only thing. And that's what you're doing with our district right now. And that's not okay. Treat us better. Treat us equally than you would treat yourself. Thank you.
Madam President, at this time, we have no more public comment.
Thank you so much. At this point, I would like to open it up to the trustees. Any questions, comments, concerns on this item? All right. Yes.
Madam President?
Second. Yes, Trustee Vice President Quintero.
Can we have the administration go through the process of that we went through, that was announced? This happened over the course of several meetings. And then can the administration please disclose those folks who vetted this and went through the process of confirming that this was a firm that was going to work for the district? Can we please have a thorough explanation for the benefit of the public that's watching out there?
Thank you, Vice President. You said go through the process. I said, oh my God, we went through a thorough process. You're going to have them go through it again.
No, I
You
mean,
might say it out loud.
provide
Yes.
an overview of the
I agree.
process for the benefit of those who are watching.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Superintendent Bauer, if you can please go over our process how we got to where we're at today.
I'm gonna ask Mr. Cheng to help explain the process, and then I'm gonna ask
Possibly a
Mr.
timeline?
Yes,
timeline of-
yeah. I mean, we've been through this since July. So, Mr. Cheng, would you please help us?
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Dr. Bauer, and good evening, Madam Board President, members of the board. Yeah, I can give a brief timeline in terms of what we did up to the point until we got here. You may recall that the district did issue an RP for legal services around the scope of work to review contracts that were related to public works bidding, constructions related issues. And so the scope of work for that legal services was very limited. We did issue the RP. The RP was sent out to 5 reputable firms after a survey that I conducted with various CBOs in this county who have worked with other legal firms who have the expertise in this area. Unfortunately, we did not get a response from the RP that we sent out. And as a result of that, the administration asked the board for permission to contact directly those firms that did not respond. And the board fortunately approved that process. Council Rios and I did reach out to the firms that the RP was sent out. We also reached out to an additional firm, which is Orbach, Huff, and Henderson, and they're also well known in the areas of public works and also constructions. As Dr. Bauer mentioned previously, the other firms did not respond, and DWK did respond. Council Ruiz and I had an interview with DWK and felt that they were able to provide the necessary support to the district surrounding the scope of work. And that's why we're here today recommending that the board provide the support and approve the contract with DWK.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. Any other questions, comments on the board, Trustee Bejarano?
Yeah, and just to go a little further with Mr. Chang. So then I heard you say that yourself and Mr. Ruiz did interviews and the vetting process. So can we safely assume, and I think you've answered this previously, but that you yourself and Mr. Ruiz have experience in the area of vetting these types of firms, and you understand what is needed, you understand the types of contracts that are necessary in order to move the district forward in this area and things of that nature, that the two of you have the experience and qualifications to have been able to done the process that you did to get us where we are tonight?
Yes, I believe it did. We did some due diligence in terms of, on my end, I reached out to CBOs in this county just to get their experience and also get some feedback in terms of, their experience working with the various vendors. So surrounding these type of work, it's very specialized, and not a lot of law firms are able to provide the necessary support. And so that's why the RP was limited to a small number of firms who we found to be reputable. And yes, to your point, Council Rios and I did sit down and interview the leading partner, or one of the leading partners at DWK, just to get the background and the level of support that they would be able to provide. And based on our discussion, we feel comfortable that DWK would be able to provide that support.
Okay, and is this something that yourself and Mr. Ruiz have done in the past, similar things to this process?
We talked on just not necessarily anything like this, but in terms of having dialogues with the professions that we as the school districts work with and partners with. There has been those type of discussions because he is familiar on his end in terms of being able to, vet his, I would say counterpart or colleagues that he has networked with, and also that has also worked with, other school districts.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't see any hands right now. I have a question, Mr. Ruiz. I think you're still with us, if you can come on. I think in the past, we've had forms signed by our committee members that, you know, none of the committee members have any ties and I can't remember the name of the form, but I personally don't have a problem signing that. You know, I wish that, you know, somebody close to me owned a legal law firm, but I have nobody close to me that does, or I'm not related to this law firm at all. So I personally have no problem signing it. I don't know. I think it's a great idea moving forward. I know where we've been as a district, not with this board, but I know where we've been, and I would hate to ever go back to that. And so I don't know, Mr. Ruiz, can you remind me of that form? If you're on, there's a name for that, but I have no problem signing it. And I don't know if anybody on the board would have a problem signing it. I see, okay, Mr. Chang?
Yes, I believe the form you're referring to is Form 700, which is a declaration of a conflict of interest for all the board members to sign.
Yeah.
To disclose any financial interest with anyone.
I think that would be great. And I'm wondering if we can even implement it as a board. And I don't know if it's now or in the future. I see.
Madam President,
go ahead.
It's a form you have to fill out every year already. So
yeah,
if there's any sort of.
Oh, then I would have to say it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I signed it already. I just want to clarify that, you know, none of us have any ties with this one. Okay. Yeah, we've signed it. There you go. Okay, Trustee Bejarano.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was just going to confirm, Trustee Quintero, that is something that's publicly available, that we all sign. And I personally, I understand the sentiment, obviously, what the district has been through over the past, you know, number of years. However, this board, or the majority of this board, has been together for 3 years now. And to the contrary, I think we've gone above and beyond, as has been mentioned in many instances with regards to our transparency in all areas. We have, you know, we have eliminated or addressed those past issues of lack of transparency and all the different things. We've addressed those and we've eliminated those things and made very big decisions early on. And so I'm personally, given the fact that we all signed the 700 form annually, I would not necessarily be in favor of doing something separate for this one, because I think that the implication is that there's reason to doubt our transparency or our conflict of interest. And I think very clearly that this board has demonstrated to the contrary, that that in fact we have been very transparent and trustworthy. And so to single out this item without any, to my knowledge, justification or rationale, I don't know that I would be in favor of that, given that we already signed the conflict of interest form.
I agree, Bejarano. So I just needed him to remind me, because we have nothing to hide. And yes, I'm in agreement. We don't need to do one specifically for this one. Trustee Pham?
I too would like to add, I signed my Form 700 earlier this year, and you know, I before the board meeting, I went to the DWK website just to make sure I didn't know someone who was someone there. And you know, let me be clear. I know no one who is in any way, shape, or form connected to the firm or working for the firm in any capacity. So I wanted to make that clear, that I have no relationship to anyone associated with DWK.
Thank you, Trustee Pham. I do see Trustee Bejarano's hand up, and I think I saw Mr. Ruiz's hand up. So if he has anything to add, but we'll go to Trustee Bejarano and then Mr. Ruiz, if he is.
I forgot to put it down. Sorry.
Okay. Mr. Ruiz, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry. I've been getting bounced out of this meeting. I don't know why, but I'm participating by telephone. But with respect to the conflict of interest form, so there's two different aspects to it. One is your Form 700, which you all fill out as elected officials every year. The other aspect is that in connection with bond programs, when the district retains a vendor to provide services in connection with the bond program, there is a standard form of conflict of interest form that the vendor is asked to fill out, affirming that they have not had separate independent communications and have not offered or promised anything in return for the contract or the opportunity to provide services. So if the board approves the selection of the DWK firm, they will also be asked to fill out a conflict of interest form, which will be part of the contract file for the district. This was a specific recommendation that was made by FCMAT back in 2017, which the district has implemented.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Any other questions, comments, concerns from the board? Before we move on to the vote, okay. Seeing none, then we'll go ahead and move on to the vote. I'll call you as I see on my screen. Trustee Bejarano?
Aye.
Trustee Pham?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
No.
Vice President Quintero?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, moving on to item 403. District Energy Savings Solar Power Agreement Follow-up Information only. Dr. Bauer or Trustee Bejarano?
I mean, I don't know if Dr. Bauer had anything, but I'm open to.
I just want to remind everybody that Trustee Bejarano had requested to bring the solar power conversation back to the board, and that's why this item is in the agenda. And I know that I missed earlier on because I had my own connectivity issues, that Colvera and I place the bond update information because we are seeking direction from the board about going to the next step in us restating our bond program. So with that, I know that Trustee Bejarano wants to share some ideas around these concepts. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So, for those who have been around for a while and been paying attention, as was mentioned, I brought this particular concept or this idea, I think more than a year ago now, but it's something that I had been kind of talking to people and working on even prior to that, probably another year. And so this is something that we kind of put on the back burner because we had a lot of things in front of us that were, immediately needed attention. And so we put this on hold for that particular time. And just again, for those who don't maybe have the background, so since the time that we brought it up, and even during that time, the large majority of the public, at least that either contacted me or took part in forums or things like that, or community discussions, were very supportive of the concept of a solar energy program for the district. One of the things that I think maybe people don't quite have the knowledge of is that these programs, it would seem on its face that it's a money spender, like we need to spend money, a significant amount of money to set these programs up. And indeed tonight, I think we heard comments to that effect. And that's quite possible that there would be money that, it's one of the options that other districts have taken is investing in a system like this. However, there are a number of different financing options, a number of different options available to districts and public entities that many, many districts all over have taken advantage of, that in fact do not take any upfront money from the district, or very little, a minimal amount. And that was a discussion we were kind of getting into at that time, but it's a minimal, if any, amount upfront for some of these programs. And in return, the district stands to save in the neighborhood of $500,000 per year, I believe it was. And that's very ballpark. but it's very realistic. And in talking with other districts, Alum Rock is kind of like an island in our area that doesn't have a solar energy program. Almost every other district around us has invested in solar energy, and they're saving, like I mentioned, to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars every year that can go towards, the needs of the district. And so this, on its face, to people who may not be familiar with these programs, seems like maybe it's something that we don't have money to invest in, but there are many options that, in my estimation and many in the public, are worth looking into, because it is a very likely or strong possibility to actually get money into the district coffers on an annual basis for 25, 30 years out every single year. And so that's kind of just the background on it. The reason why I wanted to move it up and kind of have it in conjunction with or close to the discussion on the bond program is that since the time that we put this on kind of on the back burner, as a district, I think we have really put into place a more strategic, methodical process as to how we're going to move the district forward with regards to our facilities and things like that. And so that's, the hiring of all these things that we've been talking about, with hiring of legal firms and hiring of program managers and all those things. It's part of a bigger picture. And so I would like, I guess I'm throwing out there for discussion with my colleagues, the concept of kind of rolling in these energy saving programs as part of the overall picture of our, our facilities discussions and work that can be possibly put, as part of what our program manager would do. My understanding at the time when I agreed to kind of put this on the back burner was that we needed a program manager to manage any potential implementation of this, because it's not just something that our staff could take on. And so now we're at a place where we're close, hopefully, to having our program manager, our legal team in place, everything in place so that we can move forward and potentially, and we can realize these annual, multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings every year to our district. And so again, that would be part of the program manager, is to look into that and bring us back options and see what's available. But it's a very, it's a very good possibility that those options are out there. So I kind of just wanted to give an update, maybe get any updates and have the discussion about, making this a comprehensive approach to our facilities work that we're going to be doing in the coming years. So with that, go ahead.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, because I know you mentioned that, and then maybe combining it with the bond program conversation. And so I want to ask Rogelio if we can, like at this time, if also maybe Colbert can give an update on that. Are we able to do that, Rogelio? Are we able to bring 403 and 502 together?
Yes, I think you can, but you should make clear when you're getting public comment that you will still, when you get to the next item or to the item on the bond program, you will take public comment there as well.
I guess what I'm saying is, if we hear both of them together, are we able to take public comment together too?
No,
it's on for information only. Both are.
Since there's, yeah, but since it's a separate agenda item, you would have to open it up to public comment when you get to that item as well.
Okay, so then we'll keep it separate, because I think it'll be too confusing. All right, so back to 403 and just staying on 403 for now. Trustee Chavez, I see your hand up.
I would like to see two things done first. I would like to see the contracts with the teachers resolved first, and the repairs on the safety issues first, and then we could possibly move forward on the solar. Thank
you. Vice President Quintero.
It feels like we've been here before about holding off sometimes people would even make comments to hold off till December because there was something coming up, an election or something like that. At this point, the fact of the matter is that we need to start realizing savings. And if this can realize savings, and that means that it leaves more money for us to be able to go ahead and provide the proper remuneration. So I'm all for moving forward to investigate, to get some good information, and then ultimately make a decision once we have the right information. And so I would encourage us to direct staff to begin the process of putting forward an RFQ that allows us to go out there and find out what our options are in a very transparent way that's available to the public. To go ahead and hold this off simply because I want to make a point is counterproductive. If we realize savings, it allows us to be able to have more resources, to one of our colleagues' point. And like I said, the fact of the matter is that we've been here before. People were calling in asking us to hold off until December. Not sure why. Something was going to happen in November, I guess. They didn't want this to move forward. And so it's very unfortunate that it gets conflated with other stuff. We need to start moving on this now.
Thank you, Vice President. And then Trustee Pham, and then I'll say something.
Okay, first of all, I would love to resolve contract with the teachers and the issues with the safety. But at the same time, I'd like to remind my colleagues that one does not have to come before the other. We are in a position where we can work on two tracks simultaneously. I say this because for the last couple of weeks, I've visited half this district so far, and we have real infrastructure needs that need to be taken care of. As Trustee Bejarano mentioned, if a solar program is able to save us hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, that certainly will give this district extra room down the road, to have even more flexibility with compensation in the future. I also wanted to mention that, bond programs also mean resolving some of the safety issues. It means newer and modern heating, ventilation and air conditioning systems, possibly down the future, that would certainly help deal with, COVID is a respiratory virus, and it would certainly allow our classrooms to operate a lot more safely in inclement weather. So I certainly do, believe me when I say, I'm trying, do in my own way, trying to help bridge the divide. But at the same time, bridging the divide does not mean that we can't work on fixing our real immediate physical infrastructure needs at the moment. And, I want to make it clear that, solar, HVAC, we are open to ways to improve Alum Rock facilities, make them more sustainable for the future, at the same time saving money so that we can provide a safer environment for staff and students, and have more flexibility for staff compensation in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Pham. I see Trustee Bejarano's hands up, but I'll say a couple of things. And so, really at the end of the day, after hearing some of the teachers speak earlier about some of the wiring that sparked, that caused an electrical issue, and the response from the schools, I think that all has to do, right, with what we're talking about. And I also agree, Trustee Bejarano, that this is combined with the bonds program, where maybe some of that work could be done in collaboration with. So I look forward to eventually bringing those two together. even though today they were on as separate agenda items. And like Vice President said, that we can't wait any longer. There will always be a reason to wait. And I think, you know, the sooner we start, the sooner we can start saving money to then exactly with what Trustee Pham said, we can address some of our, you know, issues at hand. But we need to start. And so I look forward to also hearing the update about the bonds program and where we're at with that. Because as we also discussed, as I'm also, and all of us I know are very concerned with the safety issues, I think all of it aligns. And at the end of the day, we will be able to identify all these needs that we're all in agreement with, the teachers, the trustees, you know, staff. So I look forward to moving forward on these items that I think go hand in hand. And even, you know, I'm hearing about ants, you know, and you know, I'm sure it's not an overnight issue. I'm sure it's been an issue of over years. You know, I'm thinking, and you saw, Trustee Pham, when you went to the schools, you know, I also went to all the schools of these old buildings, right? That, I mean, as much as you clean maybe, or, you know, there's just corners, you know, cracks and spaces and places that, you know, unless somebody that's in that construction and is able to maybe dig deeper than what we can see, right? Those of us like me, like, okay, let me just clean this area. But if we still continue to have an ant issue, for example, you know, which that teacher shouldn't be taking ants back home or anything like that. And that means that our children are also dealing with that, you know, that also something as simple as that can be dealt with when we look at this entire, the picture. Anyways, so with that, I know I heard some direction from Trustee, from Vice President Quintero, and I don't know if somebody wants to second on that direction. I do see Trustee Bejarano's hand up, so maybe he's gonna guide us with that. So I'll go ahead and open it up to Trustee Bejarano at this time.
Yeah, thank you. I think because it's agendas as information only, we can't make a motion on it, but I think Trustee Quintero is able to provide direction as he has, which I think is a good direction that he provided. My comment actually was that two things. Number one, I want to make very clear that this board has been very clear on a number of fronts that there's lots of things that we would like to do, you know, that we just don't have the monetary resources to do. And so if our program manager were to come back and say, here's your options, each one of them, you have to shell out X amount of money. I'm confident, and I personally would say that given our current scenario, our fiscal scenario, that's not something that we would be able to do. But because of the fact that I know, at least at the time, and I believe it's still to be true, there are options where we could realize these savings and not have to put money up front. You know, I think that's why it's important to look into it. So to ensure anybody in the public who's, you know, worried about us spending money that we don't have, I think we very clearly have, as a board, have taken that stand that we're not going to spend money that we don't have. And in fact, this money that potentially could be generated would actually go to resolve, or could potentially go to resolve, many of those issues that people bring up. All the different things that they question, why would, you know, people may question why you want to put the solar program in when you don't even have money for X, Y, and Z. Well, the answer would be that theoretically, given the availability of programs that are available, the solar panels would in fact pay for those things that are the concerns that we need to pay for first, or would be able to. So that's kind of that piece of it. And I think I had one other part, but I think that, so I'm comfortable. I really would like to see, myself personally, I would like to see this solar work that we may do to be rolled into what we have as part of our work for the program manager. Obviously, we can't make put a motion to anything tonight, but I think starting to move in that direction, again, this is not any decision being made, but it's just taking the information that we have, which seems very obvious that we should at least investigate. It's our obligation to investigate, in fact, as as stewards of the district, if there's an opportunity for us to generate money or save money for the district, we have the obligation to do that. And so I'm comfortable with the direction that Trustee Quintero has put forth so we can get the ball rolling and get started in that direction.
Great. If I don't see any other hands up, I'm going to open it up for public comment at this time. Mr. Chavez, can you help me identify members of the public wishing to address the board on this item?
Yes, Madam President. At this time, we have 4 speakers. First speaker is Adrian Bain. Ms. Bain, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hello, once again, Adrian Bain at Justice George Middle School. First off, I love the fact that we would be going to solar. I think that's awesome, and I think that's in a step in the right direction. But we still have a few things that we need to figure out before we can go into solar. And unfortunately, my school, Justice George Middle School, we don't have what the other schools have. Apparently tomorrow, board member Quintero, Pham, and Bauer are going to be visiting our school tomorrow. Please come to my class, come to our school, and look at how our school is so behind all of the other schools. It's absolutely ridiculous. For the past 5 years, whenever it rains, my classroom drips water. Rain comes through my classroom, and I have brought it up every year. Things don't get fixed at my middle school, and we feel like we're the redheaded stepchild, that nobody cares about us, because it's just really sad how much nobody cares about us. Thank you for listening to me.
Our next speaker is Rachel Lopez. Ms. Lopez, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi, thank you again for taking my question or comments. I'm Rachel Lopez at San Antonio. I want to applaud that this effort is moving forward, that we're having the conversation, that we're being forward thinkers and not backwards thinkers. I do have a couple of concerns that I would like to address. I would like to say thank you to Trustee Chavez, because she understands that there is no support for teachers right now in negotiating and addressing our concerns. And I also want to address something that Trustee Pham said, that we can do both things. You're absolutely right. We can do both things, but the problem is that we don't, and we're not. And I support moving forward with this agenda because, in air quotes, potentially this has money to be a revenue and not just a cost. But I would like to caution that the conditions of many of the schools, it is going to be a huge money pit to bring all of that electrical up to code to make solar even possible. So I think that whatever the cost of the solar is, we really need to think about the cost that is then not the upfront cost, not the installing cost. It's the other hidden cost. You know, when you remodel a bathroom, it's not just about getting a new toilet and a new sink. It's everything behind the walls that we need to think about. So I just want to caution you as you're moving forward to think about all of these hidden costs that are going to be with many, many, many of the schools. And I just want to stress that we can do both, but we need to do both. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brenda Sendejas. Ms. Sendejas, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi, good evening. Again, my name is Brenda Sendejas. I do want to say that I do agree that solar panels will save a lot of money, but I want to echo what the previous speaker said. I couldn't have said it in a more better way than what she said, but thank you. We do need to also look at the buildings, electrical panels. They're not up to date in many buildings. I want you guys to know that we have a lot of roofing problems, a lot in our district. And to have solar panels, you have to have good foundation. Not only that, you have to have electrical outlets that are up to date, because more modern solar panels require electric still. They're not just fully solar. You still need electrical outlets. And I believe one of the presenters did state this. And so I know that this can happen, but I want it to happen, that I just want to make sure that you guys are cautious that it's not only about the installation price, like the previous speaker said, it's also about the cost to update our buildings. I'm sure we could strategize and find better ways to avoid these costs, but I do want you guys to be mindful that not everything is as easy as it's said. And maybe strategizing and finding options would be the best thing. I do support having this because we do have to start bringing revenue into this district. I also want to comment, we did close or repurpose some schools. And I want to know, if we do this and this happens, what happens to these buildings that have these solar panels? Do they just sit there until we rent them, or I don't know what's going to happen in the future with our schools as well, right? I don't want to think about that, but I am going to be honest, because we just went through that last year. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Pullen. Mr. Pullen, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself and begin speaking. The timer will begin.
Yes, I'm not sure which of you said it, but you mentioned that our district's a bit of an island behind the times in terms of getting solar updating. And I'm glad you're recognizing that you're behind the times in solar, and I agree that solar is a good thing. I'd also throw in, let's be forward thinking, like at least 6 or 7 of the teachers at Joseph George are. We've invested in electric cars. And why do teachers do that perhaps more than other places? Because we're looking at the future every day in front of us in our 30 seats in a classroom, 32 in my case for several classes. So let's think about what we can do for our students as well as what we can do for our buildings. We need the solar. Yes, that's a good idea. I'd have you throw in there, put in some solar, some car charging stations for the teachers that are doing the right thing and driving solar cars. The other issue that I want you to think about are these other basic infrastructure things that we need to deal with. Again, I'm at Joseph George. As Ms. Vane is saying, please come visit our school. I'll show you dozens of things, little annoying things, big things that need to be taken care of. And they've been there for a long time. The staff, the maintenance staff had, again, 16, 17 months with no one in the buildings to fix some of these things. I'm talking about obvious warping of bathroom tiles. You know, the linoleum is warping because the wood is wet underneath it and it's out of place. George needs equity too. Every other school has got these beautiful fresh colors of paint. We have been prison gray for as long as I can remember. And it looks like a prison, and how's it going to attract a student if we can't get that cleaned up?
Our next speaker is Rose Ramos. Ms. Ramos, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself and begin speaking. The timer will begin.
Thank you.
Ms. Ramos, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Ramos, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, my main concern about the Adelante school is their gate. You know, since the student came back to school this year, there's few episodes already that somebody came in that they had to lock down the school, and the students were terrified. And it happened a couple times already. So I don't know if the district or the board members can do something about it, because my little one is, you know, all he talk about after the lockdown is like, Mama, you know, the bad people came to the school and we have to lock down and we have to hide. We have to lock the doors for the safety of the children. So I think we need to do something about it, because it's been going on for so many years. I have the older one too, that it's been there for 6 years. And until now, it's not gated around. It's very easy to have access for the outsiders to come, the bad people to come during class. So I think we have to do something about it. And also the field, there's a lot of holes. And a lot of children trip during PE, and some children fracture their bones. And I think we have to do something about it too. Those are my main 2 concerns. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sandra Rivera. Ms. Rivera, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Sandra Rivera, I'm a teacher at Chavez. I would love to applaud the move towards solar. When my mom passed away and I inherited her house, that was actually one of the very first things I did, was replace my roof and put solar panels on, and then buy an electric car so that I could save in my own personal budget. But I would like to please point out that while we're investing in solar, we did just repurpose or close 2 schools, rename them. What would happen in that case if we lost another building? Can we think outside the box? Maybe cover the district parking lot with solar panels in a parking structure type setup, kind of like I believe James Lick High School has done. As well, if we're going to be putting them and installing them at the different school sites in per se, like parking lot areas and such, I would just also like to caution that things like yard work and maintenance in that aspect should be taken into account, because recently all the trees at Chavez, in fact, over the last 2 days, have gotten their haircuts. And so I can actually like see in the parking lot and see across my campus now. But if we're going to be installing solar panels where there's a lot of trees and maintenance isn't getting done on a regular basis, it's kind of counterproductive to install solar panels where there's trees in our parking lot and such. So please take into account those kinds of decisions when you're looking to install and do these contracts. Thank you.
Madam President, at this time, we have no more public comment.
Thank you, Jose. Trustee Bejarano, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'm mindful of time and that we need to kind of move forward. And I just wanted to say I appreciate the support from the public speakers, and also the thoughtful questions that people have and suggestions. And in the interest of time, I would just encourage people. I want to say, and Dr. Bauer or anyone could correct me, it was June of 2020, the meeting when there was some information that was provided by our legal counsel and our district team at that time. There's also a Facebook presentation that you can find online. I think might be on my Facebook page, that also talks about and answers and addresses some of the questions that were brought up, because I think some of those concerns are addressed in those presentations. Again, things could have changed, and as we move forward, potentially we'll get better information, but I think that's the point of this, is moving forward and getting the right information to make the right decision. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And I see Vice President Quintero's hand up.
Yeah, just wanted to say I appreciate all the comments. I think those are great points that people brought up and raised. And so part of the process is to go through and go out there and get answers to the questions, to the concerns, because this should be a thoughtful process that takes into account all of the possibilities, the variables, all that's out there before we move forward. One of the things I do want to remind everyone is, regardless of what happens, if you place panels, they produce regardless of where they're at. They continue to produce. And so there's electricity. As long as the sun's out, they continue to produce energy, which translates into savings for us.
Thank you. And then just to clarify, and before we move on to the next item, I know that Vice President Quintero directed staff, and so I look forward to hearing more about that in the near future. And I don't know, Dr. Bauer, if you need any clarification or we're good to move forward? She's there. Dr. Bauer?
We're good.
Nice. All right. Moving on to item 502. Dr. Bauer. Or Mr.
I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Chang.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. Good evening. In regards to this item, I will be providing a brief update. And now that the board has provided support and approved the contract for DWK, we can get that started with reviewing the contracts for our program manager, which leads us to next steps in terms of the bond programs. The next steps that the district is working on is developing RP for both financial advisor and bond counsel to facilitate with the issuance of the Measure I bonds. And so that should be ready in the coming week or weeks, or to be able to release those RPs. And then we'll provide a board an update, and also we'll need some further directions in terms of the selection process for both financial advisor and bond counsel. Yeah, so that concludes the update. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment first, and then bring it back to the trustees' question, comments, concerns. Mr. Chavez, can you help us out with the public wishing to address the board on this item?
Yes, at this time we have Mr. Michael Pony. Mr. Pony, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Yes, okay, so can you clarify, so you've just approved the contract with the law firm? I'm correct in that. I see Ms. Chavez nodding. Thank you. So you're going to have that law firm approve a contract for your operations person? You're muted, Ms. Chavez.
I think Dr. Bauer should answer that, but.
And just to clarify, we're not allowed to have a conversation with public, unfortunately. And Mr. Ruiz, our attorney.
That's something else. Have you consider revising the bylaws so that it can be more natural instead of talking and cutting off and talking and cutting off? All right, then. Well, I guess, yeah, I like solar, but that's great. Go for it. But how about some fresh coats of paint? How about a sprinkler system that works at our school? I've been trying to revive a garden that the Citizen School people started a long while ago. It went to seed and is a mess of weeds right now, but we're making some progress on it, all with the help of my students and myself. And we could use some water. I'd like to just plant some flowers out of my own pocket, but our gardens, you know, our landscaping isn't even irrigated. And I'd like some basic things like this to be considered and addressed too. Appearances matter. When a parent drives by, say, St. John Vianney, just down the road from us, they see a beautiful, maintained facility. Okay? Why can't we do that at our school? If I was a parent driving by and thinking, oh, I could go to this public school. I've heard a few good things about their program. They've got music, they've got art, they've got some experienced quality teachers there. But then they look around and they see our gray colors that haven't been updated except to cover the graffiti. Let's clean up Joseph George.
Our next speaker is Rachel Lopez. Ms. Lopez, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Hi, thank you again for indulging me. I really appreciate it. I am fairly new to the school district, so I kind of came in after the fact. So I just want to go on record saying when we're asking for transparency, it's not because we don't trust you specifically. It's because we want to enthusiastically support Alum Rock. We all are on the same team. We all want the kids to come back to school. There's nothing sadder than empty classrooms, and we are filled with them. And we also understand the business of school, that we are going to be underfunded until our schools are full. And so we would like to attract students to come back that have left for charter. And part of that is our kids telling their friends and the parents telling the other parents how great our schools are and how much we've grown and changed and all of these new programs and the new looks and things like that. And with this bond program, it would be really great for transparency, like I've said before, if we had a hierarchy of needs so that we could say, these are the needs that we're going to address in A, B, and C order, so that people know what to look for. They know how our money is being spent. I know that we're going to have a bond manager and things like that that will be disclosing yada, yada, yada. But it would be really nice to know, oh, this school's supposed to get this, this, and that. And as you're driving by, seeing these things happen in a natural way, it really does foster a lot of support, because I have to believe that the charter schools are not doing it better than us. They are just the alternative because we have failed them. So I would like to reestablish trust with those families.
Madam President, at this time, we have no more public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. I just see Vice President Quintero's hand up first, and then Trustee Bejarano.
Madam President, I just want to remind all folks that this is part of the transparency, having public and open meetings. We go to some of our competitors, the charter schools, and they make it nearly impossible to get access to their agendas, to public information. Quite the opposite here. We have everything on our website, and I'm very proud of that. And that is exactly what everybody should be doing, who's managing public funds. For the purposes of the public and those viewing, I would request, Madam President, that administration go over a timeline, an overview of the process that we went through to get to this place with our program managers, which was part of a very transparent, open process where people were interviewed. It took quite a while ago, but I would remind folks that the DWK contract is getting in the way. We needed the attorneys to review those contracts to allow us to come on board. But if you will indulge me and allow our administration to go through an overview or a timeline of the process, that would be great. I think it would be beneficial to the public overall.
Great idea. Yes. Dr. Bauer, should I just turn it over to Clovera, or would you like to address that?
I think Mr. Chang can help me. Where should we start, Colbert?
I know. Mr. Chang,
I know that
please.
there's
And I
a
think
number of
it's
people
great.
who are new to the district.
Yeah.
I just want to say one thing, and then Colbert can help us with all the facilities and the timelines and all of that. But for those of you who are new, if you remember, we went through very challenging times with the board program. And right when the board changed and we cleaned up so many things, including, so many things, that's all I'm gonna say. Then COVID hit. So we are sort of like a year behind in terms of the process, because obviously, all of these things take time. But the whole notion of going back to having a financial advisor, a bond counsel, all of that was because the County of Santa Clara declared Alum Rock cannot sell bonds until some things were addressed, and we have been addressing them one by one. A long history, and I'm not going to revive all of that, but just for those of you who are new, we are now resetting the program. Things are clean, things have been addressed, and there is a process. So Mr. Chang, if you want to start with the facilities assessment, which was done a long time ago, and we've been waiting because that's something that the public requested about 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Thank you.
Sure, I'll piggyback on, I'll start with the facility assessment, which was done back in 2018, which identified some urgent repair that needs to be done. Unfortunately, the district hasn't had a program manager to oversee the bonds program to be able to work on some of those projects that were identified. And just recently, back in, I want to say either March or April of 21, we released an RFP for a program manager. We did receive 4 proposals. And as a result of that, the district set up a special board meeting, which was on July 22nd, 2021, to conduct interviews in person. We invited all those 4 firms to the district office, and all those 4 firms were interviewed by the board members. In the firms were in person, but the interviews were broadcast via Zoom, and also, I believe, on YouTube TV, where everyone could see the process and what the questions were. And ultimately, at the end of the night, the board did select Cumming as our program manager. Unfortunately, as I mentioned before, in those type of work, it's very complicated and very specific. And so we felt that we needed some additional legal support to vet and review the contracts between the districts and Cumming. And fortunately enough, at tonight's board meeting, the board did approve DWK to be able to do that work in terms of reviewing the contract with DWK and the districts in order for the parties to move forward and bring Cumming, which is our program manager, to be able to work with the district. As a part of the bonds program, the districts then would need to secure a financial advisor and a bond counsel to facilitate and assist the districts with the issuance of Measure I bonds. And as I previously shared with the board earlier, the district is in the process of developing those RFP for both financial and bond counsel. And then we'll bring that to the board later for an update, and also to get further directions regarding the vetting and the selection process for financial advisor and bond program. It's a bond counsel. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I mean, I was like, to relive some of that. So I like the way we did it and focusing where we're at now, because we're in a very good place, even though sometimes it feels like, it's a little painful, but we're getting it done. And so very proud of us. I do see Trustee Bejarano's hand up, and then Trustee Pham, but not before I see Vice President Quintero hand still up. Do you still want to, no.
That was from before.
Perfect. Trustee Bejarano.
Yeah, mine is just a very quick clarifying reminder that it's for the public's understanding of the meetings here that unfortunately, we're not able to change bylaws that allow for dialogue during public comment because that's part of the Brown Act and we are not allowed, can't change the Brown Act. And so just, it's a common thing that people have questions and if they're not familiar with the process, maybe they want an answer and it's just not necessarily the way that public meetings are required to operate under the Brown Act. So just that reminder to people.
I appreciate that because it's hard to be the facilitator and have to, cut people off, but facilitate in a way that it's lawful and ensure that we're doing things right. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, Trustee Pham?
Okay, Madam President, I wanted to state clearly because I have some history with the bond. Prior to my appointment to the board, I was vice chair of the Bond Oversight Committee, and talk about uncompensated, I'm going to be serious, uncompensated heartache on certain days. We have moved very far. The bond committee is also an open public meeting. And in the 3+ years I was on that committee, we asked serious questions, from getting to the bottom of Terra and the associated fiscal control issues that were identified in the audits for 2 straight years to see it resolved in my last and final year on the bond committee. This is, I want to make clear that, we have come very far. And this is an opportunity that this district has been waiting for in a long, long time to address the real infrastructure needs of the many school sites we have. I also wanted to note that it looks like the cat is out of the bag. Yes, I'm going to be visiting Joseph George Middle School tomorrow, and I look forward to having those candid conversations about the state of our facilities. That's part of the reason why I put in much time on the bond committee and on the board of this district to see us be able to provide the best possible learning environment for our children, as well as the best possible working environment for the teachers, the classified staff, and the maintenance staff who work in our district and at the school sites. I certainly look forward to seeing George, and I certainly look for, as well as the other schools I'll be visiting tomorrow, and just like as I mentioned earlier, when I go to the school sites, I am looking at the physical infrastructure. I mentioned that I visited the kitchen. I checked air filters, heaters, air conditioning units, the blacktop. I know that we've got real needs, and I'm very hopeful that we are coming to a position where these needs are going to be met and resolved. And as always, I wanted to echo Board Vice President that we've been more transparent than the charter schools. I remember someone in public comment saying that I know that Alum Rock has gone through a rough patch, but I'm determined to see us get to the other side, get to the end of the rainbow, and be in a better place. And I hope that I know that, we're, just like ice cream, sometimes some of us like strawberry, others like rocky road, but I think we all agree that yes, it's time for ice cream. It's time to fix our schools for the 21st century. And, again, I encourage everyone in this community, from parents to teachers, to share their concerns and their opinions with me. And, hopefully we can get to that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow together. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to move on, but I think Trustee Bejarano, your hand is up. Go for it.
Yeah, I guess just kind of quickly, I wanted to, echo a comment I believe I heard. I don't remember if it was even on this topic or maybe a previous one, but there was some discussion along the lines of thinking out of the box, being creative. And so as we continue to move forward with our bonds program, I know that we have had a facilities assessment and, potentially may need a new one to address things. I think that it's going to behoove us to be creative and think out of the box with regards to our bonds, because I know that kind of a structure or an idea or some thoughts about how we should approach our facilities was set forth at one point in time in the past several years. But the environment has changed. Many things have changed since that time. And so I think, as I mentioned, it will behoove us to just maybe think out of the box and be creative as we look at how to best utilize bond monies moving forward, so that at the end of the day, we're able to offer the best, most modern, updated facilities that are possible to our, to our community. So just wanted to throw that out there as a reflection of comments that I heard at some point this evening. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for putting that all in a nice way. I look forward to having those conversations as well. So if we're all okay, we'll move forward on this item since it's on for information only, and more to come on this. One more thing, I see Dr. Bauer maybe wanting to add something.
I just want to make sure that we're clear as a staff that we're okay to move forward, to be looking for financial advisor and for bond counsel. And then we'll come to the board with, our recommendation. I just wanted so that we can start the process.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Board, anybody else on the board, anything different? No, yes.
Thank you.
Please move in that direction, and we look forward to continuing this conversation. Thank you, Dr. Bauer. Okay, moving on to item 601, approve quarterly report on Williams uniform complaints. Dr. Bauer, anything specific on this?
No, we just need for the board to approve this. It's the concerns are public information, and everybody has an access to that. We will be addressing them. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by
Second.
Second by Vice President Quintero. Okay, opening up for public comment at this time. Mr. Chavez, any members of the board wishing to address, the public wishing to address the board on this item?
I see, yes, one member, Mr. Michael Poling. Mr. Poling, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Yes. I've been reflecting here a little bit, and I'm thinking I've sounded a little harsh, a little angry, and I want to let you know that I know you all have a tough job too, and I'd like to see you guys a lot more as partners than as adversaries. And I don't know, I don't want to say I'm apologizing, because a lot of the things I said are heartfelt. I don't think that any of you in particular the corruption comment I made earlier, not directed at any of you. The history of corruption, I hope is the phrase I said. I can't recall if that's what I said, but there have been problems in the past, as you all delicately refer to it. And I want to be meeting with you as partners, as with people who I can say, hey, here is this problem and this problem. How can you help us to fix that here at George? Here is my vision for planting just a few flowers back in the front space of this school. So someone walking by goes, hey, that looks like a nice place to visit. And I know that you can't wave a wand and make money flow to us, but it would be a good thing if we could see each other as partners and not as adversaries. And I just want to let you know that that's how I see this. I feel I have that relationship with Dr. Bauer, and I look forward to meeting with you, Mr. Pham. You know, I don't know if I should announce my school address to you, what room to come see me, but ask, it's Mr. Poling, ask whoever you come see, and
Madam President, at this time, we have no more public comment.
Thank you. Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any questions, comments, concerns from the board? Trustee Chavez?
Yes, here on the Williams report, it says aptitude. So I believe the teacher who spoke earlier, was that a different school? And if so, is there a reason why it's not on the agenda? Could you answer that? Can you answer that, please, Dr. Bauer?
Could you please repeat your question?
Okay, so here on the report, if you look on the book, it says aptitude. So there was another teacher that came from another school, I believe. Could you tell me which school that was from when she said that they had the ant problem? Because this one says, I don't believe that she said that she was from aptitude. Is she from another school?
I believe
Was
so.
she from what school was that again, please?
I don't think the teacher mentioned the school she's from. I think her name is Sherry Duarte.
What school is she at?
I think she's in Russo McEntee. I'm trying to remember we have a lot of teachers and it's hard for me to remember what school they teach.
And Trustee Chavez, can you point up? Oh, I don't know if you were, I wasn't sure where you saw.
I don't know exactly what part of the Williams.
I think you answered. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure what you were referring to, Trustee Chavez, but it sounds like you got your
The first
answer.
line on the page, it says to whom it may concern. After that,
Are you looking at 601?
Hold on the Williams report, right?
601, item
601, that's what I'm looking at.
And you're looking at, oh, got it. The letter in the back, the last page. Got it. I was looking at the first two pages. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Trustee Chavez. Any other members of the board wishing to ask any questions, comments, or concerns? All right, seeing none, I think this is, it is on for approval. So please, it's 9:30, so help me. Do we make a motion and do we second already? Yes, right?
Yes.
Motion to approve.
No, it was
We
already.
did
motioned,
already.
right?
We did already. Thank you, Trustee Quintero. Maribel, I'm sure got it down. If she didn't, she would let us know. All right, let's go to the vote. I'll go ahead and call you as I see you on my screen. Trustee Pham?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
So I'm a little bit conflicted before I vote. So if it's not, if the other one wasn't on there and that was a complaint, should it be put down as two, or are we just voting on this one now? Because this was the only one that was on file. Could you answer that, Dr. Bauer, please?
Ms. Trustee Chavez, we can only address the ones that are officially submitted. So there will be throughout the year, if there's another complaint, the person can submit a complaint form officially. This is an official document and we have to follow the process.
Thank you. Aye.
Trustee Bejarano,
Aye.
Vice President Quintero,
Aye.
and myself, aye.
Madam
Passes
President?
unanimously. Yes.
Sorry to bring, I would encourage us to be careful because that letter that was submitted with the Williams complaint was unsigned. It didn't have anybody's name on it. And so attempting to connect a speaker here with the complaint that was unsigned is bad form. And it may discourage people from coming forward and raising complaints. And so, Madam President, I'm just raising that as a concern that we may want to avoid here at this public meeting, attempting to connect who spoke and how it may connect with the complaint or anything like that. Just a thought.
Thank you, Vice President Quintero. Trustee Chavez?
Thank you for that. That wasn't my concern. My concern was with the school, if that also in addition needs to be taken care of. Thank you though for pointing that out.
Right. And then just moving forward, not to point out names. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item 602, Learning Communities for School Success Program, LCSSP. Information only. Dr. Brower?
I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Almazan and Dr. Artigas, and they have the first report of our newly established socio-emotional learning department. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Almazan.
Good evening, President Herrera Loera, Board of Trustees, Dr. Bauer, and our Alum Rock community. I'm Dr. Almazan, and I serve as the Director of Social Emotional Learning. And I'm joined by my colleague, Dr. Anya Artigas, and she serves as the Coordinator of Mental Wellness Support Services. And we will present a brief update on a grant that ARUSD was awarded from the state of California, which is the Learning Communities for School Success Program, or LCSSP. And am I able to share my slide deck by chance? I'm not able to.
You should be.
Thank you.
Did we give her access already?
Maribel.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Our agenda tonight is going to hit on 3 points that we would like to bring to you, which is reviewing the background of the Learning Communities for School Success Program. And we would like to also give a status update for year 1, which was last year, and our next steps. So in 2014, California voters passed Proposition 47, which is also known as the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act. And within this legislation, there was an important provision related to K-12 public education. And so this provision created the Learning Communities for School Success. And so through the LCSSP, the California Department of Ed administers grants and coordinates support to local educational agencies to assist their efforts in identifying and implementing evidence-based non-punitive programs and practices that are aligned with the goals for students contained in the local control and accountability plan. So, which in our case, this aligns to our district LCAP goal number 3, which
Dr.
is—
Almazan, sorry to interrupt you. Are you sharing already? Because we can't see.
Yes, I am. I see it on my screen.
Yeah, we cannot see it.
Okay. I'm on present mode.
Maybe share or click on the share button again. I'm
Okay.
sure we did already. There we go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I should have double checked to make sure everyone saw it. I apologize.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to triple check now. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. Thank you. So as I was saying, you know, through the LCSSP, you know, these are the goals that are contained in there, and it does align and connect with our LCAP goal number 3, which is again to provide all students and families a safe, welcoming, and caring environment conducive to learning. And so therefore, in January 2020, our district was awarded the LCSSP funding in the amount of $1,349 over the 3 years. So last year was our first year. We are currently in our second year, and our third and final year will be next year. And but for tonight, we are going to be reporting on year 1 only. So to date, we want to share our accomplishments with the funding that we had received from the state of California. And of course, we created the SEL department, which was part of our application narrative. And it was really important for us to bring forth, you know, a department that was going to be concentrating mostly on the social emotional learning and well-being and mental wellness of our students and staff. Many of the activities that fall under the SEL department include, but are not limited to, the development of social emotional learning, restorative practices, as well as PBIS district-wide, overseeing grant activities aligned to SEL, as well as the implementation of the SEL curriculum that is in our elementary and middle schools, and of course, coordination of professional development for staff and families. And so just highlighting just some of the professional development that you see there. You know, we introduced the SEL framework through CASEL, which highlights the 5 SEL competencies and skills of self-management, self-awareness, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. We also spent a considerable amount of time with our management team in training last year, using the Onward and transformational SEL framework to bring building emotional resilience to our management, which included you know, improving our well-being, preventing burnout, and reflecting on actions that we take every day to cultivate resilience. And we are currently also part of an MTSS trauma competency series that a group of administrators and site staff participated in last year in 2021, and we are bringing that to our district this year, actually. And so another piece, of course, is that you see there that came from last year was the development of our morning meetings at that time, and it was utilized to build connections and relationships among students and their teachers. So this is some of our accomplishments. And now moving on to our accomplishments in our mental health and wellness. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Artigas, who will give us a brief overview of that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Almazan. Good evening. So in terms of the mental wellness component, we wanted to talk a little bit about the accomplishments that we had in 2021. And so through the 2021 year, we were able to serve approximately 400 students. Actually, 2019, 2020, we were able to serve approximately 400 students. During 2020, 2021, we did provide comprehensive support to different schools that were dealing with various crises throughout the school year. And we were able to provide those supports in real time. We were able to organize and structure bringing in support within 24 hours of finding out, what may have occurred. And then we were also able to work with staff and faculty and connect them with resources like the Center for Living with Dying to provide individual as well as small group support. We were able to serve approximately 165 students with one-on-one counseling through 2021. And this is the school counselor intern program. I just want to be very clear about that. And approximately 264 students, and these are not duplicated students, were supported via guidance lessons during 2021. And a lot of the guidance lessons we were doing were of the psychosocial emotional variety. So we were doing a lot of things on stress management. We were also doing things in the classroom around grief and loss. And so there were a number that were served through guidance lessons. We also provided grief crisis support for approximately 206 students out at Aptitud. Provided grief counseling support for approximately 7 of the faculty and staff from Aptitud, provided grief counseling support for entire Madsen staff, and conducted multiple assessments for families impacted by the La Pala incident, leading to service referrals. Dr. Almazan, next slide, please. Perfect. And so in terms of the 2021 budget expenditures for mental wellness, there was expenditures around staff salary, also expenditures around extended duty, some expenditure for curriculum, materials and supplies, and also contracted services with community partners. So next steps for us moving forward, because we're always looking at how we can grow the amount of support coming in for our students, as well as for our families and our staff. We're looking to build more partnerships with community-based organizations to expand the services that we have and to create more linkage in terms of resources for students and families. We're also currently facilitating parent trainings on the SEL competencies. We're also working on developing a self-care series for parents. We're going to be piloting that through the Mayfair quadrant to begin. And then development of self-care series for staff. We're actually working on that as well. Continued SEL implementation support at both the site and the district level. Participation in the multi-tiered system of support training and coordination of professional development opportunities for both staff as well as parents. And we do look forward to continuing to advance, the SEL and mental wellness work and continuing to grow the resources and the linkages moving forward so that not just our students, but also the adults throughout the district are able to benefit from the support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow, this is great, especially with the need, huge need that we currently have. Thank you for this great presentation. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open it up to public comments, and then I'll bring it back to the board. And you answered a lot of my questions. I was reading it, but I had specific questions, so thank you for answering some of those. And I might come up with others, but for right now, I'm so glad that that this is happening. I know you are all doing a great job, and it's always nice to hear the details that go into all the amazing work that you're all doing. So I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. Jose, if you can help me with that. If we have any members of the public wishing to address this item.
At this time, we have no public comment.
Okay, I'll wait a couple of seconds. Maybe they're running to press the button.
Yes, we have one person.
Okay.
Ms. Rachel Lopez, two actually, I'm sorry. Rachel Lopez, Ms. Lopez, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself and begin speaking. The timer will begin.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, thank you so much. I promise this will be my last comment tonight, but I also just want to go on the record saying this is 100% exactly what Alum Rock needs. This is I hope that when the grant runs out, we can either get an additional grant, an extension, more money, more funds. This is exactly how the support teachers need, the support students need, the families. When you are talking about reducing toxic stress and secondhand trauma for teachers, for parents, how to deal with, stress, especially during the COVID year. These tools have been absolutely invaluable. I've been the recipient of being able to attend classes. My morning meetings have been huge game changers in terms of relationship building, where we are destigmatizing, talking about our feelings. And I'm just really, really proud to be associated with this school, this program that we are promoting SEL. This should be like as important as curriculum, in my opinion. So thank you so much. I really appreciate all the things that you've done.
Our next speaker is Jessica Sepulveda Navarro. Ms. Sepulveda Navarro, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself and you begin speaking. The time will be.
Good evening, everyone. I appreciate Dr. Artigas and Dr. Almazan for speaking today on this very important topic. I am one of the newly elementary school counselors that has come on to board with the district. And I can tell you firsthand that this is an incredible need. And I'm very excited to be part of the team. And I can see already in many of the schools in the district with their students and with the staff that this is going to be very beneficial. And I, as well as Ms. Lopez was mentioning, hope this can continue, not just for this year, next year, but making steps and moving forward the right direction to helping our students and adults is incredibly, incredibly important. So I appreciate everyone for letting us be in the district and helping everyone as best as we can, and appreciate your patience as well with us as we're working with students and families. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Pony. Mr. Pony, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself and begin speaking. The timer will begin.
Yes, the social emotional learning is necessary, is a great benefit, and I'm glad that we are bringing these programs to our school, schools plural. Our counseling staff needs to be supported so much more so than they are now. There are too few of them. I know you've hired a few new people, but you really need to consider hiring more of them. I would have you seriously consider getting bonuses to the people who have been with this district for a long time, who have, in the case of my school, Joseph George, our counseling staff have been there as long as I've been there, perhaps, well, definitely more years, I can't be sure, but they've both been there a long time, and they deserve so much better. They need support. They need to have the number of students that they're assigned to reduced, not increased. And they, like the teachers, are also waiting for a salary schedule, for some reason, as another teacher said earlier, give us some reason to be happy to come to work in the morning besides the feeling good that we're helping students. Of course, that's what is a major motivator for most teachers, but we also live in the real world. We need to pay our bills. We need to be able to make it in this crazy valley where the prices just keep going up and up, and we see no change in our salaries over the course of years and years. So help out the counselors, help out the teachers. We can't be emotional support when we're emotional wrecks.
Our next speaker is Sandra Rivera. Ms. Rivera, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Good evening, members of the board. I would just like to say that during this unprecedented time, these counselors have been a tremendous help to us. And I would like to see a way for us to move forward to keep unit members and the counseling staff as regular as possible, especially in the elementary school level and all grade levels. If you don't have somebody that's consistent, it's very hard to build trust. And so to have the consistency of not contracting this out like we have in the past, every year we saw new counselors coming in. And while it's great to have the support that we had had in the past, if we can have regular staff, counselors, and support staff that are part of our school district that are hired and are actual Alum Rock employees that this program has brought in, it is tremendous in what we will be able to conquer and accomplish together that way. The kids not having to build that trust every year with a new person coming in. So please continue to do this work. Please continue to bring staff in so that we can get lower student to staff ratios. And please continue to do it so that they are part of our school district and not contracted out. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Brenda Senejas. Ms. Senejas, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Thank you. Hi again, my name is Brenda Sendejas, and I just want to thank for this presentation that gave really good information on what our students go through. And I love the next steps, something to look forward to see that we will be looking into partnerships with community-based organizations. And most importantly, I think self-care series for parents. We don't often think about them or our staff. It's been a tough year. There's been a lot of mental health crisis with our students. And I think that we really need to focus on this area as the top priority for our students, even our teachers and staff. Consistency is one of the things that I will say and agree with that we do need. And not only that, we need full-time counselors that are in one site. When we have counselors that go 2 to 3 sites, it takes away that dedication to that school because they're having to go to another school and our students need full-time counselors. So I really want to urge you guys to think about that. Just having someone that is in all school sites full-time. I know that costs money, but if we can get partnerships and maybe programs that can help us do that, I think our teachers and staff and students will appreciate that. Again, I want to thank you for this, and I do think that this is a really important subject for our students who've been at home for a whole year, almost 2 years, coming back to school, and we don't know what situations they were at home. So this is something great, and I just want to thank you guys for this, and I look forward to seeing all the great things that will be happening in our schools. Thank you.
Madam President, at this time, we have no more public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the trustees. Any questions, comments, concerns on this item? Trustee Chavez?
I'm glad to see that the teachers and the students, most of all, are getting the support. And I heard one of the teachers say that if they can continue this, I, for one, will be asking for that later. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Bejarano?
Yes, thank you. I want to, first of all, thank the team for the presentation, which gives us a very good background or understanding of what the work has been to this point and where we're going with this. And I want to remind everyone, I guess, in some sense, that what we're doing here, I mean, there's other districts that do similar work, but I feel like a lot of what we're doing, the things that have been put into place, the strategies and protocols and everything that staff and everyone has put together are in many ways groundbreaking. You know, there's not a lot of districts that have this extensive or this robust of a program that we have. And I hear a lot of the comments of how it might even be better. And I think that, you know, we're definitely can move in that direction. And but I also kind of want to kind of remind people that a couple of things. Number one, typically the charge of a district obviously is to educate students. And so traditionally, you know, the emphasis would be on those academic pursuits, which obviously we want to do, but we know that in our district, it's very difficult to proceed forward with the academics when there's so much social emotional. I think I'm preaching to the choir for our whole community. We know that. And so, you know, the fact that we have put this stuff in place, it's just a reminder that there are resources that we need to devote to this. We love doing this. We love moving in this direction. But it takes resources, it takes partnerships, and it takes all the hard work and strategy that we've been doing, but resources go this way. So this, you know, just to kind of fill in the picture of where the challenges come for us as a board and a district team when we want to, you know, invest in so many different parts of our district. And this is one example of a high priority for us that takes resources. And the other just last thing I want to say is that, you know, I've worked for the county and mostly in child protective services for 25 years now. And most of that time, I've always advocated for our East Side kids and families, because ever since I've worked there, there's always been a disproportionate number of children that come into the child welfare system from our area. And a conversation I had with Dr. Bauer this week kind of had me reflecting on the work that we're doing here in the district with our SEL department, is that we're not only, by doing this work, we're not only impacting, first of all, just the day-to-day lives of children and parents and teachers even, but we're not only impacting their academics, because as they take care of themselves, they can focus on their academics, but potentially we're impacting generational cycles of involvement in the child welfare system. Because if we can address at this level and from a preventative approach, some of the issues that exist in our community, we can prevent these children from coming into the child welfare system, where outcomes are quite often not good for our families, and children are traumatized in many ways in that system. So I just want us to recognize that this work, although it certainly is having impact directly on our district and academics, it's bigger than that. The work that you're all doing is, in my opinion, much bigger generationally in terms of children and families being safe in this East Side community. So I want to thank everyone that's worked on this for all those reasons, and I look forward to where we're going with it.
Thank you, Trustee Bejarano. And just as a probation officer who hasn't been silent about this, and also breaking that pipeline to prison, right? And knowing that it starts at a much younger age, similar to what you're saying, you know, just adding to that they're not just keeping them from this, you know, the social services, but also keeping them from, you know, going into juvenile hall and eventually prison. I mean, it really directs them. And I know they know this, but I also just want to, you know, thank them for everything they're doing as leaders, you know, both of you who presented today, and then everybody that's there. I'm glad that some tuned in for the meeting, who are doing the work, you know, every second that you spend with that child, you know, that impact that it has. So I just want to reiterate that, you know, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Somebody who's in law enforcement and is working my way out of a job, you know, that one day I get that call that there's no more crimes being committed again, you know, no more youth being detained because we've learned how to heal at a younger age. So thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Trustee Pham.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank the social and emotional learning team, Dr. Almazan, Dr. Artigas, for moving so far so fast. I actually work in a educational counseling position, so the maximum in education is it's better to intervene early than to intervene later, because mistakes are a lot more costly to a child as they get older. It's sad that that's how how life comes about. Kind of like in academics, I'd rather have a student mess up in high school, go to the community college, and then transfer, rather than flunk out in college, because that's a much more damaging life event than at the high school. So, you guys are, in a sense, changing the direction of the lives of our kids for the better, before these problems get bigger. And just a little anecdote for Dr. Almazan, you handled an incident the day that I did my site visit at Aptitude at Goss. And when Dr. Bauer told me about it prior to arriving, that, oh my, what, that's, and believe me, Goss is, I started out Goss. The cubbies in the kindergarten rooms are the exact same cubbies I used 30 years ago. So I wanted to commend you and your team for handling that situation so very professionally, and in a way that it was not a larger disruption to the school site that day. So thank you for what you've done now, and I want to keep up the good work, and hopefully where we have the wherewithal, yes, we should, whether it be getting a grant extension or trying, hopefully if our fiscal condition improves, find space so we can continue to support this very important priority.
Thank you, Trustee Pham. And seeing no other hands, I have one question. I know that the schools that you've been at are outlined on the presentation. I'm wondering if in this funding, is it going to allow for other schools? Are we looking for additional funding? I know we talked about partnerships and things like that, the next steps in the back. But in this specific one, are we looking to adding schools?
We actually, in our narrative, President Herrera Loera, we included all schools. These are just a snapshot of what which schools we were able to serve in such a in a time where the need was great, and we wanted to show you the response that we had taken because the need was so great. But we have all schools included in this particular grant, and it is not just elementary or just middle school. It's our entire district.
Entire district. Okay. And I'm because the need is so huge, right? And even if we had, I think, one full-time staff at every school, it still wouldn't be enough, I'm sure. But are we looking at, because I know this is for 3 years, right? This specific grant is for 3 years. Are we looking at whether if it's a possibility of extending this grant or bringing in additional grants so that we don't have to end it after the 3 years, and we can keep that going?
According to this particular grant, we must use all the funds by the end of the third year. There is no extension. However, we have been looking and applying actually as we speak to additional grants, and the most recent one that we had submitted was to the Department of Justice for another grant, and we will not be hearing from them until probably closer to maybe December, is what I was told. So keep your fingers crossed that we are awarded that grant, so it will help continue the efforts that we have started.
Okay, thank you so much. And that was all the questions I had. If I don't see any other hands, we'll go ahead and move forward. I know we're probably in the middle of our agenda, so maybe a bio break would be good. Thank you both for your presentation, and thank you for your work and your leadership. And please thank the team on our behalf as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we've been here for a long time. I think it's good for to get a little bio break, water break, whatever you might need, fresh air break. But maybe we should extend the time already, because we'll definitely be here past 10:30. And since we can only extend it once, I think it's proper to extend it a little bit further than what we think we might go till. And if we need the time, we'll use it. And if we don't, then we won't. I know I've been doing pretty good about trying to keep it under, at an early time, but this one I think will go long. So any suggestions as far as time before we take our break?
12.
Dr. Bauer, you think that's sufficient time?
I'm sorry, I missed the time.
The time 12 midnight.
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
That's as late as we can go anyway, isn't it? 11, actually, I think it's 11:59.
11:59. Okay, you're okay, Chavez, with 11:59. I just remember going till 3 in the morning, back in the day. So 11:59 sounds good. Trustee Chavez, if I don't see any opposition to that, we'll leave it at 11:59. Let's take a 10-minute bio break. So we'll be back here at 10:17.
We have to take
right.
official action to extend it.
Oh, can I get a motion?
Motion.
2.
Second.
That's for the extension, correct? Motion for the extension to 11:59. All right, second by Trustee Chavez. And we'll see you back here at 10:17.
We need to vote
Motion for
on
that.
the 2.
Oh God, yes, in public comment, sorry. Okay, let's open it up for public comment. Mr. Chavez, anybody wishing to address this item?
I see no public comment at this time.
Wait a couple seconds. Any now?
Still none.
Okay, so we'll vote. Trustee Pham?
Aye.
Trustee Bejarano?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Vice President Quintero?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, now we'll take a 10-minute bio break, 10:18. We'll see you back here at 10:18. Thank you. Welcome back, welcome back. All right, looks like we have quorum. Looks like we're all back. Not sure if Bejarano is probably there in the background somewhere. Let's see. We need to call roll call.
No, we just move forward. You already recalled roll at the beginning of the meeting, correct?
Can you hear me? Vice President Quintero, I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Let's check our audio too. Good,
Can
I'm
you hear
glad
me?
we're checking our audio. Can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
No,
Hello, can you hear me?
no. So maybe your audio, your speakers or something.
We can hear him.
We can all hear
Can
you.
you say
I
something?
can hear him.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, I think you're the only one
Is
who
it
can't
my
hear me.
audio?
I can hear him.
Oh. Yes. Sorry about that.
Oh, I was
Okay,
just saying that you called roll.
it was me. I hardly wear my earphones, but since I'm sharing room and we have some private matters to discuss today, I decided to wear my earphones. Okay, my fault. We're back. All right, and I see all of us back. All right, moving on to item 701. Approve, ratify tentative agreement between the Alum Rocky Elementary School District and California School Employee Association, Chapter 305 for the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th,
Move approval.
2020. Move to approve by Vice President.
Second.
Quintero. Second, I just see Mr. Pham raise your hand and say second. Okay, so let's go to the public comment first, and then we'll come back for any questions, comments, concerns. Mr. Chavez, can you help us with the public comment?
Yes, Madam President, at this time, I see no public comment.
We'll wait a couple seconds. Do we know?
Still none.
Okay, all right, coming to the trustees, any questions, comments, concerns? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to vote. Trustee Bejarano,
Aye.
Trustee Pham,
Aye.
Vice President Quintero,
Aye.
Trustee Chavez,
Aye.
and myself, aye, passes unanimously. Next item, 702, approve classified substitute rate fees.
Move approval.
Second.
Move to approve by Vice President
Second.
Quintero, second by Trustee Pham. All right, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment at this time. Mr. Chavez?
This time we have no public comment.
Okay, we'll wait a couple seconds. Do we know?
Still none.
Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on for trustees' questions, comments, concerns. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the vote. Trustee Bejarano,
Aye.
Trustee Pham,
Aye.
Vice President Quintero,
Aye.
Trustee Chavez,
Aye.
and myself, aye, passes unanimously. 703 resignations only, for information only. I'll go ahead and still open it up for public comment. Mr. Chavez?
Yes, Madam President, at this time we have no public comment.
Okay, I'll wait a couple seconds. Do we know?
Still none.
Okay, seeing none, coming back to the trustees. Any questions, comments, concerns? All right, seeing none, it's up for information only, so we'll go ahead and move on to item 801. And Dr.
Madam
Bauer,
President, it's listed as consent. It's advertised as consent, so I would ask that we approve the consent. Contracts over $100,000.
okay, and we're talking about 801 through 803, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so move to approve by Vice President Quintero.
Second.
I'll Trustee Chavez, because you both said it at the same time, so second by Trustee Chavez, and then I see Trustee Bejarano's hand up.
I just want to confirm that I saw that too. I just want to confirm that we can do that. I don't recall this area having that before, but want to make sure we're good. Okay.
Yes, we're good. Mr. Dries?
Yes, as part of the consent calendar, that's fine.
Okay.
Even though it's separate from the actual consent calendar on 10 item or section 10. Maybe we have seen it before and I just don't recognize it, but okay, well, if it's good, it's good. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. We'll go ahead and open it up for any public comments on any of these items, 801 through 803. Mr. Chavez?
Yes, Madam President. This time I see no public comment.
Okay, we'll wait a couple of seconds. Do we know?
Still none.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and bring it back to the trustees. Any questions, comments, concerns? Right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and take it to the vote. We'll start with Trustee Bejarano.
Aye.
Vice President Quintero.
Aye.
Trustee Chavez.
Aye.
Trustee Min, Pham.
Aye.
Sorry, my screens keep changing and I don't know why, but myself, aye. Passes unanimously. All right, moving on to 901. Approved contract extension for 2021 with the Chief Kids.
Move
Move to
approval.
approve. Second.
Move to approve by Vice President Quintero, second by Trustee Bejarano. All right, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Mr. Chavez?
No public comments at this time.
Okay, we'll wait a couple seconds. Any now?
Still none.
Okay, we'll go ahead and bring it back. Trustees, any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Bejarano?
Aye.
Trustee Quintero?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
Trustee Pham?
Aye.
And myself, I passes unanimously. 902.
Move to approve.
Second.
Approve, was that Bejarano?
I
Bejarano
to
motion,
approve.
Chavez second.
You moved to approve. Thank you, Bejarano, and then I heard everybody else second. But we'll go ahead and go with Trustee Chavez, second. All right, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment at this time. Mr. Chavez, any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item?
No public comment at this time.
Okay, we'll wait, count a couple seconds. Any now?
Still none.
Okay. We'll come back to the trustees. Any questions, comments, concerns on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take it to the vote. Trustee Bejarano?
Aye.
Trustee Pham?
Aye.
Vice President Quintero?
Aye.
Trustee Chavez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Passes unanimously. 903. Contract extension for 2022 being together.
Sound really garbled. Is that just me or?
I can't hear her either.
Same for me.
Oh,
Am I back
Better
or
now.
no?
You're
Yeah,
back
better.
now.
You're
Huh,
back.
okay, all right. Get ready, Vice President Quintero, because you might have to take it on if I go out. Okay, next item. Move to approve 21 to 22, think together.
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
Move to approve by Vice President Quintero, second by, sounded like everybody else. We'll go with Chavez. Thank you for speaking for me. You can't be president again. One of these days, Chavez. You can't be.
I just
It
want
was-
to clarify.
It was actually me, but I'll defer to Trustee Chavez.
Thank you all. All right. For purposes of moving forward, Trustee Chavez at this time second the motion. We'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Mr. Chavez?
Yes, Madam President, we have one speaker.
All right.
Yadira Reyes. Ms. Reyes, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. When you begin speaking, the timer will begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Reyes.
So in behalf of all the union guys, Teamsters, I'm very thankful for the opportunity to do more for our subs. I know the money is going to be increased for the subs. Now we can have more subs. We need it in the district. Thank you. And the money that's going to go for the MOT, we really need all the equipment that's going to be bought with that money. And I really thank you all. And then honestly, being the board is very entertaining. I like it. I like it. Thank you.
We have no more speakers at this time, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Thank you, Yadira. Yeah, yes, Yadira, we like having you here too. All right, so coming back to the board, any questions, comments, concerns on this item in relation to Think Together? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for a vote. Starting with Trustee Chavez.
Aye.
Trustee Bejarano.
Aye.
Trustee Pham.
Aye.
Vice President Quintero.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Moving on to 904, approve extension for 2021 with Sunbelt staffing.
Motion
to
to
approve.
approve
Second.
904, please.
Everybody, I heard everybody, all
I'll
right.
second.
We'll go ahead and move to approve by Trustee Chavez, second by Vice President Quintero. We can open it up for public comment at this time. Mr. Chavez, can you help us with public comment on this item?
Yes, no public comment at this time.
All right, I'm gonna count a few seconds. Any now?
Still none.
Okay, coming back to the trustees, any questions, comments, concerns on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to the vote. Trustee Pham.
Aye.
Trustee Chavez.
Aye.
Trustee Bejarano.
Aye.
Vice President Quintero.
Aye.
And myself, aye. All right, consent calendar.
Okay,
Move to
Madam
approve
President.
the whole
Hold
consent.
on one second. I see Trustee Pham raising his hand.
Yes, move to approve the entirety of consent calendar items 10.01 through 10.08.
Second.
It was second by Trustee Quintero. Okay, so let's go and open it up for public comment at this time on items 10.01 through 10.08.
Madam President, I'm sorry.
Yes, Dr. Bauer.
I just have to remind the board that this agenda was amended to add item 1009. It was amended on Monday. And just to remind everybody that we alerted everybody. And so I feel that we're not, following the on board docs. So that's okay. We just want to make sure that 1009 is the school field trips for the year for the science camps for 2 schools, Adelante 1 and Adelante 2.
I'd be willing to amend it to include
Thank you.
10.09.
Second person that seconded? Vice President Quintero, I think that was you. You're good? All right, I see a thumb up. All right, thank you, Dr. Bauer, for that reminder. Yes, we do remember. And I only have one screen, so yes, thank you for catching that. All right, so open it up to public comment at this time. Mr. Chavez, any members of the public wishing to address the board on 1001 through 1009?
No public comment at this time.
Okay, we'll wait a couple seconds. Any now?
Still none.
All right, bringing it back to the board. Any questions, comments, concerns from the board? I see Trustee Chavez with her hand up. Trustee Chavez?
Oops, sorry, I didn't put it down.
Okay, no worries. Anybody else? I don't see anyone else. We'll go ahead and go to the vote. Trustee Pham.
Aye.
Vice President Quintero.
Aye.
Trustee Chavez.
Aye.
Trustee Bejarano.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Passes unanimously. All right. So closed session. Dr. Bauer, how long do you think we'll be in closed session before we, break?
I think about an hour, no more than an hour,
Okay.
hopefully less.
So be back here by 11:30, or should we say 11:15? 11:30? Okay. So 11:30, any announcements that need to be made before breaking? Just going down the
Public comment on the items in closed
public
session.
comment. Okay, but no announcements on our part before I open it up for public comment. Okay, all right. Opening it up to public comment. Mr. Chavez, any public comment on any items in closed session?
No public comment at this time, Madam President.
Okay, we'll wait a couple seconds. Any no?
Still none.
Okay, all right, so we'll close to public comment and then come back here at 11:30 PM. See you, board, over in closed session. Thank you. All right, I see trustee Pham, I see Vice President Quintero. All right, we have a quorum. Okay, Dr. Bauer, any report backs from the closed session? Is she here?
I was going to ask Rogelio, and I don't know if he has made it.
Let me see if he's here. I don't see him yet.
Yes, he needs to report.
Can you text him and see if he's logging on?
He's logging on.
Nice.
Yeah,
Good
he's
thing we
logging
have
on.
4 minutes before the end of the meeting. And thank you, public, for being patient with us.
And remember, he was having a little bit of a challenge.
There he is. All right, Rogelio,
Okay.
welcome back.
Thank you. Can I report closed session actions?
Yes, please.
Okay. With respect to closed session, item 11.03, motion by member Quintero, second by member Chavez. The board authorized the initiation of litigation against responsible parties and contractors in connection with the HVAC projects in 2017 at Dorsa and Lucha Elementary Schools and the construction defects in connection with those projects. And that was a unanimous vote by the board. There are no further actions to report.
Thank you, Rogelio. And moving on to item 13, any future board agenda items, please send them in writing to the superintendent or myself so we can include them in the next scheduled agenda, board meeting agenda. And at this time, I'd like to adjourn the meeting at 11:56 p.m. Thank you so much. And we have our next regular scheduled meeting on November 18th. Thank you.